Hallo, hallo. What's up, gamers? Welcome to another week of streaming. Hope everyone is doing great. Hope everyone had a good weekend. We're going to talk about my weekend a little bit later, but we had two regionals relatively close to each other in Germany this weekend, so I went to both. So I had a fun weekend. I topped the regional on Saturday, but we'll talk more about that later. Paradise, thank you for the full year. Welcome back. Appreciate that. Yeah, we've got a bunch of things to go over today. We've got a bunch of new cards that we're gonna take a look at. We're gonna recap my regionals from the weekend a little bit. We're gonna start looking into Burst Protocol, which is gonna release before YCS Dortmund. So we're gonna have to start getting ready for that soon-ish because YCS Dortmund is just a month away. Honestly, it's not that far. So gonna have to get ready for Burst Protocol, even though we still don't know if there is a ban list or not before YCS Dortmund, but gonna have to start sometime. So might as well start looking into it today. But yeah. And then I'm going back to locals tomorrow, and I want to play Enneacraft. So we're gonna meet up with Peeps later today, who's been playing Enneacraft a little bit recently, and we're gonna build the deck for locals. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and we're gonna try and learn with someone who's already played the deck a little bit. So we're gonna have a fun time today. Master Duel, we're jumping back in tomorrow. Yeah, just because I think I have a lot of things planned for today, and I don't think we have extra time. But if we end up having extra time, then we can play some Master Duel later. But I doubt that we do. I think we're just gonna be mostly talking TCG today. But yeah. Anyways, shall we warm up? Shall we begin? Before we do, Onkel Minze, thank you for the 20 months. Ilfefone, thank you for the 18 months. We appreciate you. Welcome back. Blaumann28, also 18 months. Thank you. Knuseb, thank you for the 21. Levan Kujak, thank you for the 7. Nairitu, 26. Oh, that's a lot of subs. Welcome back, everybody. Flexing My Muscles, thank you for the 39 months. Born HG, 27. And Blinduin, 27 months. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. Oh yeah, thank you for using the code. Hope you enjoy your playmat. Appreciate that. All right. Let's begin. Is the new Master Duel event miserable for anyone else? I haven't played a Master Duel event in a while, honestly. What is the current Master Duel event? We might check it out tomorrow. I was planning on just playing more like Solfa Yami or Mitsu Yami tomorrow just to try the new format a little bit, but haven't really. Anthology, there's a DDD loner deck. Oh, okay, I'm not playing that event then. What to say? Think about the 38 months. That is some transformation. Art of transformation. Super transformation. Nope. Mirage. Okay, nice. Last option. Great start. Tornado. Dude, what is it called? Tornado. Wait, is it the Kokimeru? Ah, okay. Lady Lapis. Lady Brilliant Diamond. Lady Rose Diamond. Okay. Go no go. Sky Scourge. This one? No. That is an ice barrier, but I don't know which one. Gantala. Path of something of destiny, no? Paths of destiny. I thought it was path of destiny. Addition or subtraction? Of course I got it wrong. This is an Eteria. No, it's El Shadol Fusion. Never mind. El Shadol Fusion. Lib. Yeah. That is Masquerade. That is giving me Trickstar vibes. But not one of the ones you played, actually, I think. Foxglove, yeah. No idea. That's a battery man. I think that's D. Yeah. Kula Cakes, thank you for the 22 months. Happy New Year to you as well. Naturia Cliff? Okay, then I don't know. Wait, no, that is the Naturia I'm thinking of. Is it Rock? I thought it was Cliff. Oh, it's Rock. Okay. Good day, Aurora, I'm a dinosaur. Thank you for the 43. Tom, thank you for the 11. Who are you? Is that... Oh, is that the Thunder Dragon link? Piercing... Light? No. Piercing the darkness? Light of what? I know it's something light. Light of... Intervention? Oh, okay. That's Chaser. I misclicked. Hope you enjoyed the new Pendulum era. Yeah, we gotta talk about that in a second. I haven't read all the cards yet, so I don't know how bad it's gonna be. I think that's Glassjaw. Ritual Raven. I have no idea what that is. An Insector equip spell, okay. Oh, that's Super Quantums, I think. Yeah, Alpha and Spike. Ushi, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. Okay, this is something Cocoon. Red Cocoon, yeah. I should start guessing more cards, I feel like. That'd be a good idea. Penguin! Which one, though? Puny? Puny Penguin. Oh, is that Bish Balkan? It is. That is Imperial Order. I wonder when they're gonna bring that back again. Such a good idea. What is this? I have no idea. Oh, that's Pilgrim Reaper. I've never looked at it in that much detail. That's Radish Horse. Fake tier fan? I haven't been a fan of tier since they played that card. That's an Ancient Warrior, but I'm not going to try that one. Rebellious Lufeng. Something Mole? Is it Mog Mole? No. Tablier. Sim Tablier. Okay. Cyber's looking ass. It could be Gen X controller, or it could be a card that has Gen X controller on it. Okay, good. Who is that? The bird. I've seen this bird. I think it's a ritual monster. Venu. Is that a ritual monster? This is Supplier, I think. Legendary Fisherman 2. Let's go. This feels familiar. I've seen this card. Volcanon. Yeah. I've seen it, but I don't even know where it's from. That's a Predaplant card, I think. Preda Pruning, maybe? Predaponics. Okay. Soldier Dragon. Wait, is that edition? No. Hermos. Legendary Knight. Okay. I miss Soldier Dragons. I do too, man. Ignis Heat. Yeah. Vampire Dragon. Ozan, thank you for the 6 month. This is the Ruma. All right, it's Ancient Gears, but Ancient Gear Catapult? No. Dark Matter. Holding arms? No, it's holding legs. Damn it. Okay. This is... We had Ritual Raven earlier. What happened to Ritual Raven here? I don't know what this card is called. Ascending Soul. This card I've never seen before, I feel like. Hyper Galaxy. Ooh, that's an Ogdoadic. Ogdoadic. Is it calling? No. The problem, I have no idea what Ogdoadics are called. Nunu. I mean, sure. I'll try Nunu. It is Nunu. That gave me like 2 points. Triangle or delta. No, delta. Is it triangle power? I thought it was delta power. Okay. This is Spirit, the Fire Fist. This feels familiar. Yep, that is Dark Contract with the Gate. Probably the one contract I can name with 100% certainty. The other ones I'd be shaky on. This is, I think this one? No. This one? Oh. We've had 3 50-50 so far where it was between two names, and I've guessed the wrong one every time today. Wonderful. Ooh. Is that a digital bug if I've ever seen one? The problem is I have no idea. Registrider. No idea. I think that's a Lurlos card, yeah. Is that Petite Angel? No. Oh, Happy Lover. Right. Oh wait, that's the Rika the rank 8 teardrop. This is Battle of the Elements. That's a nut. That is something Lapis Lazuli. Yeah, this time it's Lady Lapis Lazuli. XYZ Dragon Cannon related, but no idea. Hyper Cannon. This is the dragon, 1600 attack. Dinosaur, I mean. Bro, what is he called? Crawling dragon. It's called dragon, but it's a dinosaur. Wait, what? Is it Crawling Dragon 2? Wait, which one's Crawling Dragon 1? Grand Neos or Magma Neos? I'm not sure. No, it's Magma. Woo, that was close. We got exactly 900 on the last second. Ah, okay, it's pretty good. What's Crawling Dragon 1? Oh. Right. Right. This is Crawling Dragon 1, and this is Crawling Dragon 2. Okay, noted. Almost washed? Nah, 900 is pretty good. 700 is washed these days. That used to 700 something used to be my average, but that's now washed. 800 is solid, and 900 plus is pretty good. Is what I've decided. Okay. Lower than level 4, not a dark, not a warrior, not an exceed, less than 1500 attack, less than 1500 defense, and old. Dude, it's a level 2 earth, but it's not maxi. Okay. It's from 2011. 500 attack. So I'm thinking a tuner is not unlikely, because it's not just an effect monster. What about the Karakuri Barrel? Is that 500 attack? Because that could be from around here. No, it's 400 attack. It's also from 2010. A level 2 earth tuner. It could be one of those beasts. It could... Okay, 2011 earth tuner archetypes. Naturia. Could be a level 2 Naturia tuner. but it's not an insect, which eliminates some of them. It could be a beast, like key mouse or something. What is key mouse? That is 100 attack. Also, it's 2010. Naturia Sunflower is not a tuner. X-Sabers. X-Sabers had a level 2 tuner, but that's Pashul, and that is a warrior. I don't know if X-Saber has another level 2 tuner that early on. Because most of their tuners are level 3, like Fulham Knight, Airbellum, TG. TG is from 2011. But TG Striker is 800 attack and a warrior, which doesn't match. I think they didn't have another tuner early on. I don't think they did. Oh, they did have this one, but it's not a tuner. Esper Girl? Ooh, that's a good guess. You might have it. Yeah, that's a good guess. That's a good guess. I remember this card, dude. I thought that Psychic deck was so cool back then in 2011. It didn't really do that much. I think Jeff Jones topped one. Was it YCS already? Maybe it was Shonen Jump still with it. I think it was YCS already, but that deck was so dope. All right. No, he did not win the YCS. I think he got second. I think he got second with... It was like a Psychic, Grand Soil, the Elemental Lord pile. It was pretty cool. But didn't win, unfortunately. Okay. What won? I have no idea, but according to Jordan, it's Windups that won, which would make sense, but I don't remember what the finals was. It's been a long time. How was your weekend? My weekend was good. I played 2 regionals, Saturday and Sunday. I'm gonna record a deck profile because I did top the Saturday regional. We're gonna talk more about the current TCG format a little bit later. Once we're done, we have some new cards we have to take a look at, and apparently some of them are really, really powerful. So let's get into it. So it turns out that we are not done with the announcements from the Overframe collection. There's more cards to take a look at from that set, and some of these are rumored to be pretty good. Now, this first batch of cards was announced 2 days ago, and some of these I've already seen. Now, this this reveal page goes incredibly hard if you're me, because this reveal page is gonna have Onomat support, Pendulum Slop support, and Cyber's Ritual Link Climb support, all in one page, which is just perfect and awesome. You can imagine my mental state when I woke up 2 days ago and I saw these. And this one is Junk Speeder support as well. Like, this is what I woke up feeling wonderful. I knew it was going to be a good day when they announced all of that at once. So let's take a quick look at what they do and talk about whether they're actually good or not. We have Multiplying Karibo. So this is, of course, all of the protagonist support. We're going to take a look at the rival support in a second as well, but okay. Multiplying Karibo, Dark Fiend, level 1, 300 attack, 200 defense. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. When an opponent's monster declares an attack, or your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, special summon this card from your hand. Once per turn, if an opponent's monster attacks during damage calculation, or when your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, quick effect, you can add to your hand or special summon a Dark Magician or a monster with 300 attack, 200 defense from deck or grave. Then you can change that opponent's monster attack to 0. So I'm not quite sure what exactly this card does for hero decks. What I have seen people talk about online is that 300 attack, 200 defense happens to be the stat line of the power patrons in the Medius lore. So in some cases, you can do something with this in that. Oh wait, no, heroes is it's Dark Magician. No, never mind. I was thinking of Winged Karibo because down there is a Winged Karibo. Never mind. Don't mind me. I'm not sure what it does for Dark Magician, is what I should say. Is there anything crazy in Dark Magician that you can summon with this besides just regular Dark Magician? Because I don't think you're going to play OG Karibo in Dark Magician, right? But it is a relatively generic card if there is a target in your deck that you want to tutor out. And people have pointed out that this can turn into a turn 0 play in Archmage, for example, because you can summon the Archmage Power Patron, and that has a quick effect to fusion summon. So if you have, I think you need another Archmage monster in your hand, though, in order to fuse with the Power Patron, which can be neat, because you could get a disruption out of it, depending on what you fuse into. Whether that's going to be good or not, I don't know. This is not the craziest card, I would say, but it has like some future potential because it is worded relatively generically. So any archetype that has a monster with 300 attack, 200 defense, that even if you don't have a disruption from this, maybe it's something really important that you need to search, which could work. Isn't Maxi a target? No, Maxi has 500 attack. If this would search Maxi, after they limited it in the OCG, they would go crazy over there. But no, you cannot search Maxi with this after your opponent activates a monster effect on the field. That'd be crazy. But yeah, there are some targets for this. It's not a terrible card, but it's also not broken by any means. I don't think it's gonna see a whole lot of play, but it's whatever. The artwork is kind of cool. I like this. I mean, that's gonna be a theme with all of the overframes, I guess. I haven't seen an overframe card so far that I really disliked. But seeing how many they're doing in terms of the overframes, I really wonder how hard it is going to be to pull one of them. Not even speaking about like pulling the specific one you want, right? Like if there's going to be, I don't know, 50 or 60 overframes in this one set, like how easy is it going to be to pull one? Because on the one hand, I want them to be rare to make Yu-Gi-Oh! Collectible again. On the other hand, like if you pull like, I don't know, one overframe card per 3 boxes or whatever, and then there's like 60 different ones, it's going to be really tough to get the one you want. But keep in mind, there is going to be a regular version of this card as well, right? The frame break is just the fancy version. So if the frame break is super rare, that doesn't have to concern you as a player. You can just get the regular version. Which I hope is what they're gonna do. I hope these are gonna be hard to find, and the regular one is gonna be the accessible one. But okay, that's besides the point right now. We have Winged Karibo, so now we got Jaden's support. So this one is the one for heroes. This one is the one that's supposed to be for heroes. Winged Karibo Sabatiel level 10, Light Fairy effect. I guess this one is also searchable by this. So if this one is really good, then maybe this gets better. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can reveal this card in your hand, pay half your life points, add 1 poly spell or fusion spell from your deck to your hand, and if you do, shuffle this card into the deck. Also, you cannot special from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except hero monsters. Okay, that is an important clause, because otherwise that could have been a really powerful generic searcher for all kinds of decks, right? Like this would have searched branded fusion. I mean, this can search branded fusion, but there's no point in doing that because there's a proper lock on the card. I guess you will only see this in heroes, but it searches super poly as well. It does not specify normal spell card. It searches super poly, it searches fusion destiny, it searches regular polymerization if you need that. It searches miracle fusion. Pretty decent card, I would say, in heroes, because even if you it is a 1-card play if you have nothing else, right? Search fusion destiny, and that's at least something. So I think that's pretty solid already. During your opponent's turn, if you have 1,000 life points or less, quick effect, special summon this card from your hand, then you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to the highest attack among the monsters they control. Okay, this is like a neat bonus that is going to matter in like 1% of your games, probably. But like realistically, it can sometimes save you from dying, I guess, if your opponent like attacks you and you have less than 1,000 and you can summon this to block the attack or whatever. Like it could work. But yeah. random FTK effect. I guess you could maybe build an FTK around this, right? Where you reduce your own life points to 1,000, then you give your opponent a monster with 8,000 attack, and then you win the game. It's gonna be a meme, though. For, like, realistically, that's just gonna be a meme. So this is quote unquote just a rota for any poly or fusion spell that locks you into heroes, which is all right, I guess. I mean, here's the thing. Hot take once again. I keep repeating this every time we look at new hero support. I don't believe that you actually want hero to be good is the problem, because hero is an archetype that is full of floodgates. It's actually disgusting. So as cool as heroes are, and believe me, I agree with you. I think heroes are incredibly cool, but I think it shouldn't be a meta deck ever, because like that deck has like the Plasma, Dark Law, Dark Angel. If that's not enough already, I think there's more. It's just, there's so many. They got turn skips. Which one's the turn skip? Is that Cosmo Neos, the one that like skips the entire turn, basically? So yeah, whenever it's, once again, we've talked about this before, but unfortunately, whenever I'm looking at new hero cards, I have to hope with my whole heart that they are not going to make hero meta, because hero has a lot of floodgates in it. So I wish those didn't exist, but this card's neat. All right, we got Star Junk Synchron, which also looks really cool. Dark Warrior Tuner, so that is a Junk Synchron retrain. For a Synchro summon, you can substitute this card for any one Synchron Tuner. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card's in your hand, you can target a level 2 or lower monster in your grave, special summon this card, and if you do, special summon that monster, but its effects are negated. Also, you cannot special from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except Synchros. This is the funniest lock in Synchro decks, because it's just such a nothing burger of a lock, but okay. You can banish this card from your graveyard. Junk Warrior you control cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects this turn. Okay, I mean, it's probably searchable in some way because it mentions Junk Warrior, right? I believe, I don't remember all the cards that we looked at from the Junk Synchron, like, structure deck. I think they had ways to search something that mentions Junk Warrior. So it's a searchable extender, I guess. Which I'm not sure if Synchron needs more of this. Maybe this fills an important role or niche in that deck's combo. It doesn't strike me as a particularly strong card because it's not a starter or anything like that. It's a pretty good extender, though, if you get interrupted at any point. Yeah. Cool Tune extender? Maybe. Sure. I mean, it is a tuner, so you can just summon back a level 2 Cool Tune and then make a level 5 Synchro with it. Maybe that's decent. It's not a bad card. It's basically all it is a new version of Junk what's it called? Junk Synchron that doesn't require your normal summon, which is good but not crazy. Which, once again, similar to the hero situation, is unfortunately, I personally feel the same way about Synchrons. Like, I don't really want Junk Speeder piles to be meta. So yeah, is this card a 3 of? I don't imagine it would be in like the classic Synchro spam Junk Speeder. It would probably be like a 1 of that you can search because it mentions Junk Warrior. Since just in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, it just turns out that, like, for the most part, decks want to play a lot of cards that actively start their plays. They want to play a lot of non-engine, and they want to minimize like the engine requirements. Which engine requirements is like the cards that you search within your combo that are necessary to make your combo stronger, but you don't really want to draw them because they're not like starters. And this is kind of like exactly that, right? This is like the one of that if you combo, you just search it for free and then you go from there. But it could be it could be that somehow this just fulfills such an important role that you play multiple copies because you actually want to draw it. But yeah, It's not a bad card, but once again, it's not crazy, which I'm not mad about that. All right, and here we go. On a mat support, Gaga Magician, Gaga Magic, Dark Spellcaster level 4. Please suck, please suck. You can only use the effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card's in your hand, you can special summon it and one other Zubababa, Gaga, Go Go Go, or Do 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 monster from your hand or grave, except itself. And if you do, immediately after this resolves, exceed summon one Zubaba, Gaga, Go Go Go, Do Do Do, Jin, Heroic Champion, Number, ZW, or ZS monster using only those 2 monsters. When you do, treat the level of one of the monsters the same as the other monsters. Okay. Funnily enough, this is pretty similar to this card, just for rank 4 instead of synchros. Okay, so the thing with this card is, like, I could swear that the Onomat archetype already has like 5 other cards that do the exact same thing. Like, I'm sorry, Onomat duelists, but every single card in your deck reads summon level 4, make rank 4 that searches more level 4s, that summon more rank 4s, that search more level 4s, and then summon more rank 4s that turn into more. Like, that's the entire deck. This doesn't seem like a bad card to me. Once again, it's not a starter itself, but you can be with another one of those cards in your hand. This is nothing new for the deck, right? This is just the same thing that any other card in this deck basically does. So does this fulfill like a purpose? Like, is this something that's significantly better than the stuff that already exists? Or is it just like, here's another one? Well, yeah. You missed out, summon level 6 that turns into level 4. No, I understand that. You can summon the level 6 Dodo Warrior and then make it level 4, but like, I guess you can also make a rank 6 with it in that case, because you're not forced to make the other one 4. You can also make this one 6. I don't know if that has any interesting uses for the deck, maybe. But then you can't do it after Ryzeals because you're already locked into 4s, but I don't know. I feel nothing when I read this card. It's not bad though. I could see them playing it, but I just don't know if it adds anything new to the deck, really. Okay. And now Pendulum. Horoscope Sorcerer, the Stargazer Magician. Dark Spellcaster, Pendulum, scale 1, level 5. Pendulum effect. You can only use the Pendulum effect of this card's name once per turn. When an opponent's activated spell card or effect resolves, if you control a Magician, Pendulum monster, or Odd Ice monster, you can negate that effect, then destroy this card. Alright, great start. We got another end board. We need to put the end board pieces for Pendulum in the scales now, because they won't have room on the board. Because, like, the board already is going to have, like, 5 negates. So where can we put more negates? That's right, we put them in the scale. That's what we do. Yep. Monster effect. You can only use the first, second, and third. Oh, there's 3 of them. Nice. Monster effects of this card's name each once per turn. You can discard one other Magician, Pendulum monster, Performapal monster, or Odd Ice monster, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can add a Pendulum monster with 2500 attack from your deck to your hand. You can target one Pendulum monster card you control, destroy it, then you can add a face-up Pendulum from your extra deck to your hand. That's pretty good, isn't it? I feel like. Yeah, the third effect is basically Electromite. It's a special summon itself extender that searches. The best target I can think of is Astrograph, but I'm sure there's more because this is very generic. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. Supreme King Gate Magician is also good. Yeah. I mean, it's a good card. unfortunately, that is not something I'm very happy about, because I feel like the use for this card is specifically one deck, and that is just like the Pendulum Slop combo, where this card fulfills two purposes, which is, or three purposes rather. This card is a starter, it's an extender, and it's a negate on the endboard piece, which is just wonderful. Yeah. I don't know. I just hope that Electromite stays banned in the TCG is all I can say. Wow. Cyber's Code Magician, the end boss, dude. Like that. This, as we progress through these reveals, can you imagine how I felt on Sunday morning? Can you imagine my Sunday morning when I saw all of these? Bro, it was not a good day, man. It was not a good day. Cyber's Code Magician, Dark Cyber's Ritual Effect, level 7, 2500 attack, 2000 defense. You can ritual summon this card with Signet Ritual. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn each. If a Link monster you control would be used as Link material for a Cyber's monster, this card in your hand can also be used as material. If this card is sent from hand or field to the graveyard, you can activate this effect. You cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except Cyber's monsters. Oh no! Also send one Cyber's monster from your deck to the graveyard, or if this card was ritual summoned, you can special summon that monster instead. This is the most Cyber's card I've ever read in my life. So of course I'm not a fan of it. But I do think it's not that crazy. I do think, hear me out, okay? As much as I despise the Cyber's archetype, and as much as I would like it to never get support again, I don't think this card is that insane. There is one specific use case for this card. Hold up. And I think that's because it's a pretty good target for this. Cyber's Witch, which is, if a monster is special summoned to a zone this card points to, you can banish a spell from your grave, add a Cyber's Ritual monster, and a Signet Ritual from your deck to your hand. During your main phase, if this effect was activated its turn, target a level 4 or lower Cyber's monster in your grave, special summon it. This card is crazy. This card is an insane card. The only thing that, it's basically, this is Cyber's Wicked on crack. And Cyber's Wicked is already crazy. So this is basically the same as Wicked, but it searches 2 cards and also is Splash Mage afterwards, basically. And previously, the only reason why this card has never seen play is, of course, you have to play Signet Ritual, which is a bad card. But I think this is for the most part just a brick. I guess you can summon. I think the only realistic target for this was like this, which wasn't great. So there wasn't a good search target for Cyber Switch, basically. And now there is, right? Because, look, Cyber Switch is going to be 2 Cyber's monsters. That's going to search you this thing and revive. So at this point, you've revived 1 body from the graveyard. So you've turned 2 bodies into 3. Then this in your hand is body number 4 for Link climbing, because you can use it from your hand as material. And then once you've done that, this sends 1 Cyber's from the deck to the graveyard, which you can do a bunch of things with, but the most obvious thing is something like Dotscaper, which is going to be body number 5, which is the most Cyber's thing possible, because you're turning 2 bodies into 5, which is something that, you know, they've been doing forever. So once again, this is nothing too crazy or too new. So this is basically just like a fancy way of replacing stuff like Splash Mage and Link Decoder. But the difference, I guess, is that you have to play like main deck bricks for it, which I guess is less broken than what it was. Of course, I wish they didn't try to replace Splash Mage or Dotscaper, not Dotscaper, a Link Decoder, because I think those cards were banned for good reason. So I think making replacements for them is not a good idea. But at the same time, this card is basically a very, very bad draw. if you get interrupted, because it can only extend if you have like link monsters on the board that you can further link up with. But it's, yeah, I don't know. It's a good card, but I don't know. Cyber Slop, if they eventually at some point hopefully get rid of Malice, I don't know if Cyber Slop has a home in the metagame, even with this card, which is what I'm hoping for. Like, I could see people playing this card in Malice to make up for losing Splash Mage and Link Decoder and whatever else. But I guess we'll see when this comes out, because it's gonna take a few months until we get this card. Hopefully by that time there is no already established you know, Malice meta anymore, whatever. So yeah. So yeah, this first batch of protagonist cards was a rough one for me personally, because like here's the thing, I can't win if they release this sort of support, because if they're good cards, then I'm gonna be sad, and if they're bad cards, then it's whatever, right? So it's just like I just close my eyes and hope that these never see play, most of them, because yeah, all of these, it just happens to be maybe there is a system here. Do you think maybe I've found a pattern that they just happen to make all of the protagonist decks a little overtuned, and that's something I don't like. Weird. But yeah. Anyways, that's the new protagonist cards from the Limit Over collection. All right. And now we're taking a look at the rivals, because not only do the protagonists get new cards in this one, but also the rivals. As far as if I've seen people say it online, which means it must be true, but I guess I've heard people say that there's going to be one more wave after. I don't know if it's a rumor or if it's confirmed. Maybe you can tell me right now, but I've seen people say that there's going to be 3 cards per character. So 3 cards for Yugi, 3 cards for Jaden, 3 cards for Kaiba, and so on. And I believe this, I mean, this is wave 2, right? Which also means that we're going to get one more Cybers card, one more Pendulum card, one more whatever. Like, there's going to be at least one other bad day for me in the upcoming weeks. But okay, I'll be ready for it mentally, at least. Hopefully. All right, second batch of overframes for the rivals. Let's go. All right, we got the Blue Eyes one first. The Deep Eyes White Dragon, the Blue Abyss. Level 10, 0/0. This card is always treated as a Blue Eyes card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can discard this card, add a level 1 light tuner from your deck to your hand. Ooh, that's a great start for Blue Eyes. Just more consistency. If a Blue Eyes Ritual monster and or a Blue Eyes White Dragon is sent to your grave, you can target one of them, special summon this card from your grave if it was there when the monster was sent, or hand even if not, and if you do, its attack becomes that monster's, but banish it when it leaves the field. This card's incredible. Like, I mean, it's not like insane, but it's just a consistency card that adds Maiden or Sage or Veiler if you already have a play. So it's a consistency. It's 3 more starters for Blue Eyes. And honestly, maybe even other decks in the future. Like, there could be other decks where you can play this just to add any level 1 light tuner. This is a very generically usable card. But then on top of this, you get a free body in Blue Eyes later, right? This is just a free 3k body. It's like a Rhoda that comes back as a 3k body later, right? Because you always send a Blue Eyes White Dragon to the graveyard if you play the game, right? So this will always come back for free later, which is going to help you OTK going second, because you just get a free, it's going to have 3000 attack if Blue Eyes goes to grave. If you go first, this is a free dragon to make seals with. I don't know if there's a good level 11 synchro you want to make in Blue Eyes. But you could, in theory, if you ever, like, if you're behind in life points, you can just very easily make, like, Psychic End Punisher or something. Like, the level is not the most useful, though. But, like, I mean, Seals is a really good card. You can make Ultimate Spirit normally with it. You could, right? What is Ultimate Spirit? Ultimate Spirit is level 12, and it needs 2 tuners. So you could play 2, if you have 2 level 1 tuners and this, you can make Ultimate Spirit, which is okay, right? But that's besides the point, right? I mean, look, this card would already see play in Blue Eyes with this, right? If it just did this, I'm pretty sure Blue Eyes would play it. Just for consistency, just more ways to find Maiden or Sage is good in Blue Eyes, right? That's just a fact that they would play that. So this is just an additional bonus. Free body with 3000 attack that is a dragon, so you can use it for seals. That's really good. That's a really good start. And this one I'm not mad about at all because Blue Eyes is not a toxic deck like the Cybers or whatever that we looked at previously. So this is actually kind of cool. I like it when a deck like that gets decent support. Because this just adds consistency to it, right? It doesn't make it like toxic or make it play more bricks or whatever. This actually just makes a relatively fair mid-range deck more consistent, which is fine in my book. And it's a cool looking card. All right, Future Fusion Nova. Continuous spell. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. When this card resolves, fusion summon a Light Machine Fusion from your extra deck, using monsters from your deck, including Cyber Dragon. Also, for the rest of this turn, after this card resolves, you cannot special summon except machines. Also, you cannot attack except with the summoned monster. If this card leaves the field, destroy that monster. If that monster is destroyed, destroy this card. Ooh. Okay. Hold. This card is insane, isn't it? This card is completely absurd, no? Read it again. Fusion summon a Light Machine Fusion from your extra deck using monsters from your deck, including Cyber Dragon. Needs a Cyber Dragon. You say that as if people weren't willing to play like 1 Cyber Dragon in their deck as a target for this, bro. People were doing that 11 years ago with Brilliant Fusion and Garnet. If you can send like an insane target for this, then people would do that. But it's also just a crazy card for Cyber Dragon. Like, whether you can splash this in other decks immediately is besides the point, but like, this is just a crazy good card for Cyber Dragon. And Cyber Dragon is also getting other support. Send your whole deck. I don't think you can do that because you can't make Chimera Attack Over Dragon with this because that's a dark monster. You have to summon a Light Machine. So, like, what are the most likely fusion targets for this? Like, which one lets you send like any machine from deck to grave? I'm sure there is something that says like whatever. Eternity. Okay, hold up. Cyber Eternity Dragon. Cyber Eternity Dragon is, yeah, okay, that's got to be good in some way, guys. This card's requirements is Cyber Dragon and 2 machine monsters. This is basically Foolish Burial for 2 machines that summons this thing. Like, okay, if you're going second, you probably can't OTK your opponent if you do this because you can only attack with this, which is definitely an important and fair restriction that this card 100% needed. But like, that's going to be a starter for a lot of decks. You are going to be locked into machines, but if you have a few machine, your opponent cannot target this card, also can be destroyed. If this fusion summon card is sent to the grave by an opponent's card, special summon a Cyber Dragon from hand, deck, or grave, banish this card from your grave. This turn, your opponent cannot target fusion monster with card effect. Okay, it's not the craziest effect on this card. It's not great, but like, you're gonna send any 2 machines from deck to grave. There's decks that are gonna have value for that. 100%. 100% you can do something with that. Yeah. That card's good. That card is definitely good in Cyber Dragon, and it's gonna have other ways to be used as well. Really strong card. All right. Red Dragon Archfiend's Chain. Continuous Trap. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. You can activate this card the turn it was set by revealing a Red Dragon Archfiend in your extra deck. Ooh, so it's usable going second. Activate this card by revealing any number of monsters from your hand, then target effect monsters your opponent controls equal to the number of tuners revealed, +1. They lose 100 attack for each card revealed. Also, their effects are negated. If the last of those monsters is not on the field, destroy this card. It's a shitty Dark Ruler no more. In some ways, yes. But it would be a Dark Ruler no more that you can at least use going first. It is searchable because it mentions Red Dragon Archfiend. My mind, though, immediately went in the direction of this is it's not bound to the Red Dragon Archfiend deck, right? You could play this in any deck. It's a very generic card. Even if you don't even have tuners in your hand, it would be a... Because the way it works is you can reveal any number of monsters in your hand. But you only negate effect monsters up to the number of tuners +1. But that means if you have no tuners in your hand, you can still do 1, because that's 0 + 1, you can negate 1. And then if you play like Ash Blossoms and stuff, you can make that 2, or with Whaler or whatever, you know, like if your non-engine just happens to be a bunch of tuners, it could turn into like negate 2 or negate 3. It still, as a generic card, doesn't strike me as super good. But it's not terrible. It's not terrible because you can use it going first and going second, so it's not the worst card in the world. I don't know how good it is for Red Dragon Archfiend, because I know Red Dragon Archfiend already has searchable traps, and I don't think you want to play even more. So at best, this would be replacing, like, I don't know, Red Zone or whatever else they have, right? Maybe they cut one of the other traps to fit this one instead, which is going to make the deck like marginally better. It's a cool card though. It's fine. I don't think this one's like when I see a continuous trap, basically what I'm trying to get to is when I see a new continuous trap card, I'm afraid, okay? I'm scared. And then I read it and I'm like, okay, you know what? It doesn't suck. It's not the greatest, but at least it's not a floodgate at least. And I can see some uses for it. So that's fine in my book. Well, that's okay. Because, you know, in some worlds, this can be a really... Because this also negates forever, right? It's a continuous trap that stays until all of the monsters are gone. So if you ever manage to, like, negate a bunch of them, they could get small, right? Like, you can reduce everything by, like, 400 or 500 if you have, like, a lot of monsters in hand. Negate all their effects and then, like, clear the board that way. It's an interesting card. All right, Galaxy Defense Robot Orbital 7. Light Machine Effect. Level 8. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You contribute this card from your hand or field, take one Photon monster and one Galaxy monster from your deck, add one of them to your hand, send the other to the grave. Also, you cannot special summon for the rest of this turn except light monsters. I'm not an expert at Photon and Galaxy, but that's gotta be good. That's gotta be a good effect. If a Galaxy Eyes monster is special summoned to your field, you can special summon this card from your grave, but banish it when it leaves the field. This card feels custom. I can't tell you exactly how custom because I haven't played Galaxy Photon in ever. But it seems really strong. Like, it's a starter because it adds any Photon or Galaxy, foolishes the other. And then later on, you get a level 8 body from the graveyard for free. That's gotta be a crazy good card. Yeah. Is that enough to make Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon meta? I can't tell you that, but this is a crazy good card. Clearwing Synchro Dragon of the 4 Heavenly Dragons. Level 7, generic. this card is always treated as a speedroid card. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can destroy an effect monster your opponent controls, and if you do, this card gains attack equal to that monster's original attack. That's not a bad effect on a generic level 7, honestly. Non-target pop, and then it gets big. That's not bad. When your opponent activates a card or effect, quick effect, you can special summon a level 4 or lower wind tuner from your hand or grave, but its effects are negated. Then immediately after this effect resolves, you can synchro summon a wind monster. This goes a lot harder if you have Baron. If you have level 3 wind tuners, like I don't know, let's say you play Ghost Mourner in your deck, and then you have like a level 4 body, you normal summon Mourner, make this, pop a card, and then your opponent does something, you summon Mourner back, make Baron. That could be something. But without Baron, I guess what's the idea? You're trying to summon back a level 1 to make Crystal Wing. Which is the most speedroid thing ever, just summon more Crystal Wings. It's a fine card, but it's not bad. Summon Cool Tune Mix. Yeah, but like this is not a tuner, so Cool Tune can't summon this when they're locked, which they should be locked basically all the time, right? So I don't know if you can ever use it in that deck. But yeah. Rocket Barrage. Level 5 Dark Dragon. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can send one Dark Dragon monster from your deck to the grave, except the level 5 monster. Special summon this card. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn except Dark monsters. Okay, they gave Rocket Circular. Awesome. When a Link monster's effect is activated that targets this card on the field, quick effect, you can destroy this card, then you can special summon up to 1 rocket each from your hand, deck, grave, and banishment? What? What is this card? What is this card? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Reveal this card in your hand, send a Dark Dragon from deck to grave, special summon it. Later on, you target it, and then you summon 4 monsters? Dude. Come on, man. Okay. Okay, I've changed my mind. They cannot bring Savage back. They cannot bring Savage back. Dude, that's crazy. As much as I like Dragon Link, that's insane, dude. Come on. You can't do that. You can't do that. Dude, I want to talk to you guys about power creep real quick. Completely unrelated. But is someone else worried? Like, I was so happy when they announced the overframes. But just a quick word of caution here, okay? Like, I understand that they want to, like, make these cards a success and so on and so forth, right? Like, I get that. And I do want these cards to succeed as well. You know, I want this, like, because Yu-Gi-Oh has a problem with collectability at the moment. And so I fully support the decision to make, like, fancy looking cards and all that. But, like, what I've seen so far from this overframe collection is there's some incredibly crazy stuff in here. And, like, we've seen what, like, even one broken card can do to a deck. Look at Habakiri. Like, look at what Habakiri has done to Mitsurugi in terms of its power level. And that's just one singular card. Here we're talking, like, as I said earlier, we're talking 3 new cards per character. We're talking 3 new cards for Yugi, for Jaden, for everybody. And some of these feel very overtuned already. And I was very happy with what happened in 2024 in terms of, like, archetype design. So 2026, I'm not sure this is gonna break everything apart yet, but I'm a little worried what's gonna happen. Like, we can't be out here printing a like circular that summons 4 bodies back later. Oh, 2025 design, not 2024. I don't know, man. Because there's one thing I don't want to happen with the overframes, and that's just like I don't want them to look super awesome, but then like break the game entirely because everything is broken here. Right, and I that's something I'm genuinely worried when I'm reading some of these cards. Like we're just making a new version of Future Fusion that immediately resolves summoning the monster and sending from deck to grave. Like we're making like this one searches, foolishes, and summons itself. This thing is circular that summons back 4 bodies later. There's a lot of really high combo potential in a lot of these cards, which is a little concerning, to say the least. They look awesome, but I'm a little scared for balancing. Is all I wanted to say. I guess we'll have to wait and see what happens. I'm not sure how bad it's gonna be, because once again, a lot of these decks, like for example, I don't know, this card might read crazy, but it might just not be enough to help Galaxy Ice be meta. And maybe even if Galaxy Ice becomes meta, it might not be a problem, because I think the deck overall is probably fine. But once again, they have a counter trap that negates the entire chain, can be activated from hand, and is not once per turn in transmigration. So if that deck becomes too powerful, it could be a nuisance. It could be very annoying to play against. I don't know. So, I'm not sure how to feel about these, because on the one hand, I'm incredibly excited for the full arts to come to Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it's a really important step and the correct step. But I'm not super fond of the power level here. But I guess let me know what you think. If maybe I'm just too scared. Maybe it's just like I prefer to be on the safer side. Like I'd rather have cards that look crazy good and better be a little too weak than a little too strong. But like we'll see. As it seems right now, 1 more card per character. So for all of these archetypes, there's going to be 1 more card. So I guess the question is, did they save the best for last? Or is it going to be like, did they put the best ones first? I guess we'll have to wait and see. At this rate, there's going to be, I mean, a lot of different overframes. So I wonder at which rate you're going to pull an overframe. But yeah, all right. I guess we'll have to wait and see. There's no way to tell now what exactly is going to happen when these cards come out. But yeah, I'm excited and scared at the same time, is what I'm feeling right now. Blue Eyes card is fine. The Blue Eyes card is probably, in terms of design, my favorite one so far. Because like I said, but that it's also because Blue Eyes is already a deck that I think is like less broken than other decks, right? It's like if they made this exact same card for another archetype, you always have to evaluate these cards in context, right? Like if you make this card for another deck, then I might not like it. Right, but it's, yeah. I think Rocket is the only one that could be problematic, but the first few combos I tried to make ended up with strong but fair endboard without Savage. Maybe it's fine. I guess that's a big question, is if Savage is going to be here, because if Savage, the deck is probably going to feel very different if they have access to Savage, right? Because with Savage, it's just going to basically ignore your hand traps almost entirely, right? So at this point, I really don't want Savage to come back in the TCG. The OCG is going to have Savage, so I guess we'll have to wait and see, honestly. Rockets suck against Molcharmies. As much as I accept that as a reasoning to not be too worried, like, yes, at the end of the day, you're always going to have Molcharmies to counter these strategies a little bit, at least. At the same time, I'm a little worried about, like, keeping... They keep making designs that are, like, bad into Charmies, but, like, if they don't get Charmied, they go completely crazy. And that's just a design direction that I think is kind of dangerous, because it just turns the game into a mini game, right? It's like open a Charmy or die. Or from the other perspective, it's like go first, open an out to the Charmy or die. Or if they don't have a Charmy, just win, right? That's just like, we've been through that development, right? We've been through this entire process, and it's not been the most well received, let's say it like this, right? So I would prefer if they didn't make archetypes like that. Like any archetype, as much as I've been defending Charmies, you know, I've been defending Charmies, but at the same time, I still don't want archetypes that require to get Charmied, or otherwise they just win the game. Like, I would prefer to play a game where you don't have to Charmy your opponent in order to have a chance when you're going second. That's not something I want. But alas. They didn't care about balance with these cards. They wanted people to buy them. That's honestly not that unlikely. And I kind of understand it. It's just not my favorite way to do things. But, like, I think it's not that hard to see that Yu-Gi-Oh was struggling in terms of, like, basically this year Yu-Gi-Oh was doing very well with card design, and like the reception of 2025 was very positive by the community, but not super positive by, like, the vendors and the stores, because the product for Yu-Gi-Oh has been doing a little worse recently. And maybe a little worse might even be an understatement. I'm not that involved with it, but, like, I'm really happy that they're trying to make the product better. And it just so happens that in the past, when they tried to make product better, what they did was they just put a bunch of broken stuff in it and made it secret rare. That's how they made boxes better, right? And I was hoping that with the introduction of overframes, they could move away from that pattern, right? They could find a way to make cards chaseable without making them incredibly broken. It's just that maybe to play it safe, they did both with the overframes, right? They made them fancy looking to appeal to collectors, but just in case that doesn't work, they also made them super strong so that the players need them, right? So they tried to, like, basically create demand on both ends, which is probably going to lead to a pretty strong performing product. I'm not going to lie. The rarity collection, and also the limit over collection, like whether it's OCG or TCG, they're probably going to be really strong products for vendors. So I'm hoping that's going to help on that end at least. But I'm hoping they didn't go a little overboard with the power creep on them. That's just one concern that I had. But yeah. We'll see. I think it's also not that unlikely that it's not going to be as bad as you suspect, because, like, maybe the stuff just doesn't. Sometimes they release really broken cards and you read them and you're like, that's got to be crazy, but then the archetype as a whole still has enough weaknesses that it doesn't end up being that problematic. We'll have to wait and see. So I think it's too early to like predict that. We'll have to find out. Okay. And with that, we're going back to the present. Wait, there's another new hero card? Another new hero card, you say? Which one? Did I miss one? Must be older then. Oh, I don't think I missed one. Oh, Hero Flash? Where is that? Oh, here. Okay. Sure. Hero Flash, normal spell card. You can only activate a card with this card's name per turn. Activate one of these effects. For the rest of this turn, if an elemental hero monster controls attacks a defense monster, inflict piercing battle damage. Target cards you control, your opponent controls up to the number of elemental heroes you control, destroy them. Take an elemental hero from your grave, and if you do, either add it to your hand or special summon it. For the rest of this turn, elemental heroes you control can attack your opponent directly. You really thought it was worth reminding me to read this card? You thought like, oh no, I better remind Josh to go back and read that card because that's going to change everything. Bro, you owe me 2 minutes. I'm never getting those back. They're gone. All right. Attack directly plus piercing. I mean, you don't even get this. The card would have been bad if you got all of it. If you got all of those effects, it would have been bad. But you have to choose one. Okay. All right. Today I want to start getting ready for Burst Protocol, but before we hop into the new format, or at least the new cards, because we don't know exactly what the new format is going to look like, because we don't know if there's going to be a ban list this month or not. I suspect that there is going to be one, because I think it would make a lot of sense, but we don't know that yet. YCS Dortmund, and also by extension, the other YCSs on the same weekend, because it's the 300th. So there's going to be multiple YCSs on the same weekend. I think for the US, it's YCS Richmond. Where's the one in LATAM? Remind me real quick. There's 3 of them, right? It's Dortmund, Richmond, and... No one seems to know. I guess I'll look it up. Mexico City. YCS 300 is Guadalajara. Yeah, Mexico. Anyways, so we have a new set coming out before that YCS. We don't know if there's going to be a ban list or not, but I want to take a look into Burst Protocol later today. Before we do, I quickly want to talk about where we're at right now, because I did play 2 regionals this past weekend in the current format, and like the current TCG format is in this weird state between the years where like everyone is anticipating a new ban list, but no one knows for sure that that we're gonna have one. And the current format in the TCG, at least it feels like it's super far developed, right? It's actually pretty rare that we have a TCG format that goes on for so long without basically any major change, right? Because the last Forbidden and Limited list that we got didn't really change anything about the decks that were being played, because it was the one where they just banned all the floodgates, which was an awesome ban list, but didn't change the landscape of decks, basically, right? And the latest set that we got, which was Phantom Revenge, has some cool archetypes in it, but unfortunately also didn't really, you know, I haven't played against any Phantom Revenge decks in any of the regionals I've played since it dropped. Let's just say it like that. Let's just leave it at that, okay? So at the moment, the format is still it's been pretty solved, I would say, and everyone has kind of like found their deck that they like to play, which it's a pretty diverse format at the moment, actually. I think I've played 2 regionals last weekend. I played this regional in Montabaur on Saturday, and then I played the German Open on Sunday. I got top 8 at the one on Saturday. So I played 18 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh over the course of the weekend, and I don't think I've played any deck more than 3 times. The deck I played against the most was Malice. I played against 3 Malice in 18 rounds, and that was the most I had. I played against, like, what was it? I played against 1 Vanquish Soul deck. I played against 1 Pure Mitsurugi. I played against 1 Draco Tail. I played against 2 Pure Yummies. I played against 1 Mitsu Yummy. I played against a DDD. I played against K9 Mitsu. I played against Pure K9. I'm trying to get them all together. 1 Pure K9, 1 Fiendsmith K9. I can't get them all. I don't think I can get them all together. But basically the only deck I played against more than twice was Malice, which is besides the point. You know, I know you guys are gonna find that funny again, but like, yeah, I played against the most I played was Malice, but it's a very diverse format in the TCG at the moment, and also a pretty good one at that. It's honestly, TCG is pretty fire right now. Like the worst experience in TCG at the moment is like going second against one of the combo decks. And then, like, I lost twice. At German Open, I had 3 losses where, 1 Lunalight. I lost to Lunalight because I didn't have a Towers out in my deck. And then I lost to Mitsuyami because my Charmy got ashed. And I lost to Vanquish Soul K9 also because my Charmy got ashed. So it kind of ties in with the Ash Blossom discussion that I had earlier, but I don't want to open that conversation again. But basically, both times I opened 4 Engine and 1 Charmy, and that Charmy would have made the game playable, but they had Ash, and then I lost because both Mitsuyami and K9 Vanquish Soul did the full combo, and I couldn't beat it. But that's a different story. So yeah, I played Draco Tail at both regionals with only very minor adjustments between Saturday and Sunday. I'm gonna post the deck list tomorrow on my YouTube channel. I thought it would be funny to set myself a little challenge before this weekend because, like, once again, the format has been pretty old at this point. I don't want to call it stale because you play against a lot of different decks, and it's like it's a decent format. Honestly, it's a good format. So stale is not the right word I would use, but I wanted to try something new, and so what I did was I played basically my Master Duel version of Draco Tail, because I wanted to see how good it would be in the TCG. Because in the TCG with Draco Tail, basically everyone is playing branded Draco Tail, and I've just been preferring the Cartesia version in Master Duel. So I was like, you know, I can basically do the same thing in the TCG. Of course, I had to take out Max C, but that was the only thing I changed. Basically, I took out the Max Cs, and instead I played like more Perulias. And then I brought it to the TCG events. I don't even think it's better than branded Draco Tail. I just wanted to see how it would do. And honestly, it was pretty fine. I was doing completely fine with Cartesia Draco Tail. I top 8'd on Saturday. On Sunday, unfortunately, I lost the last round. Otherwise I would have done better, but then I was X3. I still got some Worlds points on Sunday, which was okay. But it was just it was all going well, you know. Round 1 I lost to Mitsuyami because my Charmy got ashed in game 3. Then I lost to Lunalight, which was a really hard matchup for my deck. And then in round 9 I queued up into K9 Vanquish Soul, which is like the worst matchup for my deck. So that's okay. But yeah. I heard your Malice opponent did something very special. Dude, my loss to Malice on the regional on Saturday was crazy. It's very hard to retell, but it was an insane game. Well, yeah. It was an insane game 2, rather. Like, I won the first game, and game 2 was an insane game that they won with 100 life points left. And then game 3, I went first, and their hand was retaliating Ash, Impulse, Gold Sark, March Hare. And then I died. I exploded. But yeah. Anyways, I'll post my deck list on YouTube. I already posted it on Patreon, if just for an early look for people that support me over there. But of course, it's not going to stay exclusive. I'll talk about it on a video tomorrow. And so I don't know. We're in this weird position where there's no clear dominating deck in the TCG right now, I would say. So especially talking about the upcoming ban list, I think it's kind of hard to predict what exactly is going to happen. I mean, we actually see, like, for the most part, the pure decks, which makes me very happy. The pure decks are kind of rising to the top at the moment in the TCG. You know, people are, I don't know if people are sick of like the combo piles like Mitsuyami, but there's a lot of like pure Mitsu, pure Draco Tail, pure Yami that are doing well at these regionals. You know, like we see it here, like the majority of decks in these top 8 brackets at the tournaments that I went to are mostly pure. I mean, okay, Draco Tail is playing like an Izuna, or Mitsurugi is playing one copy of Fiendsmith to go into, but for the most part, you know, like we've got a lot of pure versions doing well, which is also, I think, partially because of the popularity of the Molcharmies. I think that does play a role in this. You know, it's kind of like the same argument as with Maxi and Master Duel. You know, if you have to expect to go up against Maxi in every game, do you really want to add more combo potential to your deck? And sometimes the answer is no. But that doesn't mean that those decks don't exist. Like, you still play against those decks. You know, I faced K9 Mitsu, I faced Yami Mitsu, and all that stuff, right? But for the most part, that's where we're at right now. And so what I want to do today, because I don't think there's a huge point at the moment in going into all of these regional deck lists. And by the way, Jordan winning another regional with Draco Tail, I think that's like 3 big regionals back to back. I think it was UK Open, what was it? UK Open, French Open, and this one, which is pretty crazy. So congrats to Jordan. I think went 7-2 on Sunday as well for the German Open. So solid points in that one as well. I think Jordan, despite being from the UK, which is honestly a pretty rough spot to be in for the Worlds race because you're pretty far away from all the big regionals, still, I think 3rd place in Worlds points at the moment, which is crazy. If you're wondering where I am in the Worlds race, I'm in like 25th, and you got to be top 16 at the end of the season. So the dream is not dead. You know, I'm still it's okay if future regionals and YCS Dortmund are going well, then there's definitely still a shot. I'm still in it. I'm not doing the best because I skipped the French Open, which I now kind of regret. But we're still in it. It's okay. Yeah. So I don't think there's a huge point in discussing all the deck lists that people are playing currently. You know, like, of course we could be here analyzing the results of the regionals and going like, okay, what does pure Mitsurugi do that like Fiendsmith Mitsurugi doesn't do, and so on and so forth. But for the most part, I think the most interesting part right now, especially in regards to YCS Dortmund coming up, is how is Burst Protocol going to impact this format? Because that's the thing we know for sure, right? We have no idea if there's going to be a ban list, when there's going to be a ban list, and what's going to be on that ban list. We don't know any of that, but we do know that Burst Protocol is releasing before YCS Dortmund. So we can start taking a look at those things. And also, honestly, there's a few things that are very certain. For example, I think if we get a ban list, it is very likely that it's going to have some Draco Tail hits, right? I think we can all agree that that is a likely thing to happen. But we can also all agree that no matter what they hit on Draco Tail, branded Draco Tail is going to be a force to be reckoned with for YCS Dortmund no matter what. Like, no matter what. It is the best deck in the OCG right now. So I think that is the best place to start when looking into Burst Protocol. And so even though I have, of course, reacted to basically all of these card effects when they were first announced, I still want to spend today's stream like learning a little bit about like the things that are going to be relevant after Burst Protocol. Like maybe reread some of the cards with the context that we have on them by now, look into some deck lists that the OCG is using with these cards, and so on and so forth. That is something that I want to do today. Now, note that this is not going to be like a teaching session where I teach you all the things about burst protocol. It's more like we're learning together, because I've been focused on Master Duel at the end of December, and now I've been playing some regionals in current TCG format. Now I want to start looking into burst protocol. So I can't teach you about things that I haven't learned yet myself, but like I want to kind of do this together. And then once I have learned about this set, I might make a video on like where I actually teach some things, right? Does that make sense? Anyways, the first thing I want to look at, like I said, is mainly or first and foremost, the Fallen of the White Dragon, which is something that I read it and I thought it was good, but I didn't anticipate it to basically catapult Branded Dracotail at like to like #1 spot in the OCG, with even one copy of Ketu Dracotail. So that is quite impressive. So the new cards I believe we have to look at for this is the new Ecclesia Synchro and Fallen of the White Dragon. I think those are the only two they're playing, but I have a deck list open over here. I think we can quickly double check. So they are playing 2 copies of the new Fallen of White. They are playing 1 copy of the new level 8 Synchro. And other than that, they are only playing cards that I'm familiar with because they already existed, right? They play Ecclesia, they play Cartesia, they play Fallen and the Virtues, they play 1 copy of Branded Fusion, which is another thing that's worth pointing out. When this comes to the TCG, unless they for some reason put Branded Fusion back to 1, which I don't think is going to happen right before we get these cards, this deck in the TCG is going to have 2 Branded Fusions. And then in the extra deck, we've got Sanctifier, Albion, the Devourer Dragon, Alba Lenitus, Titanic Clad. Okay, yeah. So what we need to read is Fallen of the White Dragon and Ecclesia. So, okay, if this card's in your hand, send a monster that mentions Fallen of Albas from your extra deck to the grave. Special summon this card. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, except level 8 Fusion and Synchros. If this card is normal or special, you can special an Ecclesia from your hand, deck, or grave. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay, so... and then we have the level 8 Ecclesia Synchro, which is probably the one you make with this most of the time. They do play Draco Berserker of the Tenny here, but that's probably just like a niche option for going second sometimes, or like an end board piece in some scenarios. I don't think you're gonna... this is the main one you summon is the level 8 Synchro, right? During the main phase, quick effect, banish this card until the end phase, and if you do, special summon Fallen of Albas or a level 4 or lower monster that mentions it from your deck or grave. If this card is in your grave, you can target a level 8 fusion monster in your graveyard or banishment and 1 card on the field. Shuffle both and this card into the deck. Okay. So, is Fallen of the White Dragon a starter in for Dracotail? So you would summon this by sending 1 monster from your extra deck to the grave that mentions... it summons Cartesia from the deck. Okay, so you need Dracotail names in hand, but then it's basically just a fancy version of Cartesia that doesn't need your normal summon. Because what you... okay, what is this thing summons a level 4 that mentions Fallen of Albaz, which Cartesia does mention Fallen of Albaz, right? Because Cartesia has the clause to summon itself from hand if you have Albaz in grave, right? So you go Fallen of the White Dragon, send from your extra deck to the graveyard, probably Albion, if I had to guess. It could be the dragon that devours Dogma, but that just adds in the end phase. I think you want to get the one that sets. So you send Albion from the extra deck to the graveyard, special summon it from your hand. Now you're going to activate its effect to summon an Ecclesia monster from hand, deck, or grave, which is obviously going to be the one of Incredible Ecclesia, right? The Ecclesia is basically an engine requirement, right? Or is Ecclesia a starter for this? Oh, it is, right? Because it just summons the new Albaz. But then you need your normal summon. Unless you're going second. In which case it's fine. Ecclesia does the same, just without Ascent and with your normal summon. If you're going first, right? If your opponent controls more monsters than you do, special summons a card from your hand. Yep, and then it just tags out into the Albaz. That's basically it, and it goes back into your hand from the graveyard in the end phase. It doesn't lock you, so you can Gula Mill. Right, because this thing locks you into level 8 fusions, which means no Gula Mill, which is important to note. That is already the first thing that people are gonna, like, people are not always aware of when playing Dracotail, that Gula Mill is not a level 8, so you also cannot fusion summon it with Cartesia, right? That is something that definitely comes up. I've been in spots in Master Duel where I activated Cartesia thinking I could summon Gula Mill now, but then the window pops up and I'm like, wait, where's Gula Mill? That's how I learned that Gula Mill is a level 7. All right, so activate this in hand, send Albion from your extra deck to the graveyard, special summon it, trigger its effect to summon Ecclesia from the deck, ideally, and then make the level 8 synchro. And then you banish this until the end phase, and then you summon Fallen of Albaz or a level 4 or lower that mentions it from your deck or grave. So this just tags out into Cartesia and comes back in the end phase. So essentially, and I want to emphasize how good this is, because like you might think like, oh, this is just like it summons a Cartesia from the deck. How is that so good? In the context of Dracotail, right? Think of it that way. If you've seen me play Dracotail on any of my Master Duel streams, you know I'm already playing Cartesia as my normal summon, right? I'm playing Cartesia because it's a good normal summon in the deck. So in this case, you're getting the Cartesia, you're getting the synchro back in the end phase. You're getting an Albion in the graveyard that sets Fallen and the Virtuous for free in the end phase. And you haven't even used your normal summon. And this is something we're going to get to in a bit, because they also play one regular copy of Fallen of Albaz. You can summon this from your deck in the opponent's turn to interrupt them, right? So you are getting so much more from this than just Cartesia, right? Which is really, really strong. And once this hits the graveyard, it's also removal. So on the follow-up turn, this also goes hard, right? If this hits the graveyard, just like recycle a level 8 fusion and shuffle a card from your opponent into the deck. That's crazy. Here's the thing. Something I want to discuss real quick. I know that the ratio of 2 Fallen of White, 1 Fallen of Albaz is completely standard in the OCG right now. But I have been wondering, you know me, right? I'm trying to look for the most consistent, the most low to the ground, like, way to do things. I've seen people sometimes play 3 copies of Fallen of White, because of course Fallen of White is the good draw here, and Fallen of Albaz is the bad draw here. I guess I want to discuss that a little bit at least, or think about that, because I do think it could be an option to just play 3 of the really good one. But it's going to be a lot worse in some situations, right? Because you can play 3 Fallen, but it's worse into Fuva. Yeah, because if you... Okay, so what is the typical line into Fuva? You would activate this in your hand, send Albion, activate the effect to summon from deck. At that point, your opponent Fuvas you, and you just summon Ecclesia from your deck and pass, I guess? And then on the opponent's turn, the Ecclesia summons Albaz. So you give your opponent 1 draw for the Fuva, and then on the opponent's turn, you have Fallen and the Virtuous and Albaz fuse, which is okay for 1 Fuva draw, honestly. And if you don't give the Fuva draw, you have no real line there, right? Because you can't just pass on Fallen of the White Dragon and Ecclesia, right? That's nothing if you don't have Albaz. You can still normal summon Lucius Mululu. Yeah, but I think at that point, honestly, if you have Draco Tail Engine already, you can probably be fine against Fuva anyways, because you could dodge, like you could summon Lucius first, get 5 mana, or normal summon Mululu first, and then if you get Fuva, you just chain them, and then maybe you're okay even without the Albaz in the deck, is what I'm thinking. Because then you're still ending, you're not getting all the fancy Albaz stuff, but you're still ending on like Draco Tail traps with setup, plus the Fallen and the Virtuous for 1 draw, which I think is fine. I think it's only a problem if you like really rely on this to be your starter, right? If you don't have Draco Tail plays, I think. Well, it's just basically what I'm trying to discuss is I really see how good this card is, which, you know, the ratio in this deck, we've got 2 copies of the White Dragon, which is the really broken card. We've got 1 copy of Albion the Shrouded Dragon, which I'm not entirely sure why it's necessary. You can... Is it even a great draw? Because you'd have to send like Fallen and the Virtues or Branded Fusion, no? Some people have been playing Granguinol and Christia, and then Fallen revives Christia, so that's fun. Oh, nice. Dump Fallen of White, revive with Secretarion. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. I see, because you can also send Albaz with it. I forgot. Yeah. I thought it was just spell traps, but of course, no, it also sends Albaz, and this is also Albaz, so you can just send this, and then you can add it to your hand with Altharion. Okay, that's okay, right? I can see that. So the only really bad draw in this entire package is the Fallen of Albaz, right? Everything else is kind of okay. Like, of course, Fallen of White is good. Shrouded Dragon is like a budget version of it, because it's upstart and then you try to get access to it later. Ecclesia is an engine requirement, but at least it's a good normal summon if you draw it. Like, it's not like a brick. It's a like normal summon and then still do some cool stuff with it. And when you're going second, it can even be an extender. So I don't think Ecclesia counts as a bad draw. I really don't think it does. I think it's fine, the Ecclesia. Cartesia is obviously good. Branded Fusion is obviously good. And the Fallen and the Virtuous is probably not an ideal draw, because you're getting that for free in the end phase anyways, right? You wouldn't really want to draw this one if you can get it for free. It's kind of like drawing a Draco Tail trap, right? Which is like sometimes okay, but sometimes not so great. It's a little better going second than a Draco Tail trap usually, though. So it's all right. Going second, the regular Albaz is actually a good draw. Depends on the board state, right? Like it really depends on the situation, but like I don't think you want to spend your normal summon on this most of the time, but you could, but you know, but like if your normal summon, if you have like Lucius or Mululu in hand or whatever, you would probably prefer to normal summon that. But yeah. Do we need 2 Cartesia with this? No, you don't need to. In general, I'm like a little interested in the fact that they are playing only 11 Draco Tail names. That seems rather low, in my opinion. Like, I've been playing a lot more Draco Tail names. Of course, Mululu is at 3 for us, but it feels like if you're starting with the Fallen and the Virtuous stuff, you're summoning a Cartesia from your deck, which does nothing if you don't have a good way to fuse Draco Tails away, right? So I'm not like I would definitely play more Pan and Urgula in this version, I feel like. OCG has always played like 11 or 12. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I personally, how many have I been playing? I'm not playing Frixel right now because I don't play Branded Fusion. I'm playing 3 Urgula, 2 Pan. I'm playing 14. I'm playing 14. The loss of 2 copies of Molulu saw 2 adjustments to Dracotail decks. More copies of Urgula or Pan were played to maintain the amount of Dracotail monsters at around 11 to 13. Okay, so there are some decks, some builds of this to they replaced with more Urgula and Pan. More copies of Cartesia were also played to supplement the fusion summon effect that Molulu provided. Okay. Due to Max C, their deck capacity is 38. I mean, that is true. At the same time, 39 now. It's at 1 now. But this is not exclusive to the OCG. Like, this is also true for the TCG that, like, in Dracotail specifically, you always face the decision of, do I play more copies of Urgula and Pan, or do I play more non-engine? Right? It's like, it's always like that, and not even just Dracotail. It's something that happens in every deck. You eventually reach the point where you ask yourself the question, like, hey, should I make my deck more consistent, or should I play more non-engine to have a better chance going second, or whatever? And like, yeah, with Maxi being at 1, that entire deck building logic, I don't think is that much different between TCG and OCG. It's like, yeah, you make that same decision in the TCG right now. So, yeah. And that's the thing, right? We see this deck right now in the OCG, where it has 1 Molulu, it has 1 Branded Fusion, and it has 1 Ketu. And it's still the best deck in the format, at least in the early stage. Oh no, it's behind Mitsu. It's the second best deck, but it's really close behind Mitsu. Or I mean, best is maybe the wrong word, but it's the second most successful or represented right now. And that's with significant hits. So there's going to be, in the TCG, we don't know how the ban list is going to look like if we get one, but we can say for pretty sure that this deck is going to be good. Like this deck is going to be good. It's a really strong contender. What I don't know so much about, or what I'm not entirely sure about, is if like the new Albaz also makes actual Branded a meta contender again, because it could. It definitely could. Yeah. It does. I know it helps it a lot. Normal Branded has an awful matchup into Dracotail. What exactly makes normal Branded like have a bad matchup into Dracotail, you think? Is it just like when it goes second, you can't really beat Dracotail Flame? Or what is the deal there? Secretarion, Flame, Sting. I mean, yeah, Dracotail does have a really strong setup against decks like that, I feel. Their end board also isn't that good versus Dracotail either. Yeah, I feel like I mean, they don't have a way to negate the spell cards in Branded, right? Like Rahu and Ketu, so if you get to resolve one of those, then you can just probably outgrind the board. Also, Arthalion is like a really good removal against Branded, because you circumvent so many things, because you just bounce some stuff back into the extra deck, which stops some of their stuff from triggering in the grave and stuff like that. You have Retribution. Yeah, if you set up Retribution, you can negate one of them. But Retribution, I think, negates activation, if I'm not mistaken, which means you can activate a second copy. Not in the OCG, where Ketu is at 1, but like in case of Rahu. Yeah. Is the new Dracotail fusion any good? The new Dracotail fusion is interesting but I wouldn't call it good, no. So you can target 2 Draco Tail cards in your grave and a face-up card on the field of the same type as either of them. Shuffle all 3 into the deck. If 2 or more monsters are sent to the grave at the same time, you can spare summon this card. It's like... I wouldn't call it a bad card, no, because it genuinely helps Draco Tail with one particular problem, right? One particular problem in Draco Tail can be that you run out of trap cards. Which is currently very relevant in Master Duel, where, you know, a genuine win condition against Draco Tail can be to stop them from recycling with the traps by using using Ash, Bell, or just dodging like Flame or whatever, or Horn, and then run them out of their grind game. That is a possible win condition against Draco Tail. Not in every single game or not with every single deck, but it can happen. And this card is basically an answer to that. This card allows you to recycle trap cards. Also, another small thing with Draco Tail, which is relevant sometimes, because of the nature of the Draco Tail trap cards, if you ever play a game that goes longer, let's say you set up 3 traps on the first turn, right? You play 1 of each. If you use those trap cards on your opponent's turn, the first trap card is not going to shuffle back a Draco Tail trap. It shuffles back like Ketu or Rahu usually. It returns. And then the other 2 traps recycle traps, which means that going into the third turn, you only have 2 traps in your deck. So if you, and at that point, you can never get back to 3 traps anymore, because you activate 1 trap to recycle the other, which leaves you with 1 trap in the grave and only 2 in rotation, right? So this is something that this card can tackle. The problem is that I think this type of effect is only relevant or mostly relevant for pure Draco Tail. And it just so happens that this card is coming out at a time where pure Draco Tail is probably not going to be existent anymore, right? And I think that's the problem for this card. Like, if this card was out already, I would have probably played this card in pure Draco Tail. Like, I would be playing this card in Master Duel right now, I think. Just as 1 copy in case I ever get outgrinded and I lose my trap cards. Like, I would play this card in pure Draco Tail. Would I have the room to play this in this type of deck? Definitely not. I don't think it makes the cut. Maybe in some versions, I have to test the mirror match. The mirror match could be really grindy with this deck, so maybe playing 1 is okay. Specifically for really grindy matchups in the format, I could see it. But yeah, people have been in a tourney with the new cards. I think if you're expecting the Draco Tail mirror match to be the most popular matchup with the new format, I could see it, because honestly, even though the Fallen of the White feels like it makes the deck more explosive and stronger, it also feels like a card that makes the deck stronger against itself. And what I mean by this is that this is a really strong card to play into the board when you're going second, right? Like, if you're going second in the mirror match, this can be a really good way to start your plays into the opponent's back row. Because one thing that usually doesn't work in the mirror match is activating your spells to start playing, because they have Draco Tail Flame. You have to find another way to start fusing, right? And the Albaz is a way to do that without even normal summoning, which is great. Like, one of the strongest plays in the mirror match is just like normal summon Cartesia and fuse away Urgula. So like, that's a great way to start playing. The only downside, I guess, of starting to play with this is that you cannot make SP Little Knight, which SP Little Knight is an insane card in the mirror going second, because you can like banish Flame and then later on dodge Horn as well. That's a really good, interaction. So I can see the Draco Tail mirror still being really, really grindy, and I think that would make this card pretty good. Basically, also at the moment, I was playing 2 copies of Gulamel. I think I would just replace 1 Gulamel with this, because if I ever run out of my Gulamel and I need it back, I can summon this to recycle it, which should be fine. So I think you can make room for this card. So I don't think it's bad at all. No, I just don't think it's broken. It's not like Arthalion level good, but it's a solid card that has a niche in this deck because it helps in some problems in the grind game. I think it's okay. So yeah. So Branded Dracotail, I think if you are in this particular position right now where you are attending the 300th YCS, whether it's in Europe or LATAM or the US, and you don't know where to start preparing because you don't know if there's going to be a ban list or not, I think Branded Dracotail is probably the best place to start, because I personally think, this is a prediction, but I personally think that this deck is going to be very, very relevant for the YCS, no matter what happens. If there's a ban list, I think this deck is still going to be good. If there's no ban list, this deck is going to be good. So yeah, I think that's where I would start. If I wanted to, I will start soon testing for the 300th YCS, and learning the interactions of this version of the deck is going to be very crucial. Unless they ban Branded Fusion, they're not going to ban Branded Fusion with Albaz support coming out. There's no way. There's no way. All right, the next most important archetype, I think, for the YCS format that I want to look into just a little bit is Radiant Typhoon. I just got to quickly grab all the cards. Forbidden Crown is also something I want to talk about. So the Link Monster, the new Wind generic, and they have a new spell. Which one is the Radiant Typhoon spell? I'm trying to tell from the looks of it. Which one is the Radiant Typhoon spell? Is this the Radiant Typhoon spell? Yes. All right. So for Radiant Typhoon, we've got 2 cards that are direct support. Then we have Sheena, which is a crazy card. And then we also have to talk about Forbidden Crown. But I think the most important card for Radiant Typhoon is probably the new Varurun, the Link 2, which requires 2 Radiant Typhoons, which finally gives the deck something to do with all those bodies that it just creates for free. If this card is Link summoned, you can add an MST from your deck or grave to your hand. You can target 2 face-up monsters on the field, including a Radiant Typhoon monster you control. Place them face-up in their owner's spell trap zone as continuous spells. This is neat when you're going second. If a quick play spell card is activated, you can place a Radiant Typhoon continuous trap from your deck or grave on your field face-up. You can only use each effect of Varurun once per turn. So this card is really strong because the continuous trap is really strong. And previously, you would always have to go out of your way to get this card. I mean, it was already searchable, but being able to just get it for free from your Link 2 is really strong. And not only that, also the fact that you're placing it is massive. So this places it face up, which means it's immediately on your field, and you can use the effect on the turn that you access it, instead of having to set it and then wait a turn. Which, on your first turn, if you are going first, the only thing this is going to provide, basically, is shuffle back 3 quick plays, including a Radiant Typhoon card, and then you can draw a card, which is still a good bonus. You're drawing 1 extra card on your first turn, which is nice. But going second, that's going to be a lot stronger than just searching it and then having to set it, because you can put it face up on your field, and then immediately you have this ability. Once per chain, when Mystical Space Typhoon is activated, target a face-up card your opponent controls, negate its effects. This is not once per turn. It is just once per chain, which means that basically every single Mystical Space Typhoon that you add turns into a negation, right? Now, it's not just going to be basically like a Solemn Judgment type negation, but like it's like a hot red negate, right? Which is pretty good. Hardleg, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're currently starting to look into some Burst Protocol archetypes. trying to get ready for the 300th YCS. Welcome, Raiders. So, yeah, basically what you're going to try to do with Radiant Typhoon going first is you're going to try to like print card advantage and search as many Mystical Space Typhoons as possible, because each Mystical Space Typhoon is going to give you a negation with Radiant Typhoon Mandate, and also trigger all your other Radiant Typhoon cards, right? And this one is going to be very easy to make. And the Radiant Typhoon desperately needed this card, because Radiant Typhoon Swen, Radiant Typhoon Eldam, and Radiant Typhoon Megala are so good at just spamming bodies, right? Like, you get so many free bodies in Radiant Typhoon. Now, you are locked into wind monsters if you use Crocia or Megala. So, like, literally the only thing that you could do with the Radiant Typhoon monsters was, like, Totem Bird. Or, Totem Bird, or what's the other one? Cicada King. Which is, you know, turns out in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Not the most effective way of winning a game. So, like, there's been people who were trying to play it with Fiendsmith, and that was honestly a decent version, where you try to summon 2 level 3s before you lock yourself into Wind, and then you make the rank 3 Jin Exceed, which is a Light Fiend, and then you do Fiendsmith combo with that, which was one way the deck actually, I think that deck actually topped regionals. I think Luke Tyler topped a regional with it in the UK, which I thought was cool. That was a cool deck. But now we have a good endboard piece that we can make with the Windlock active. So I think this card is massive for the deck. Another card that's good for the deck, but not as massive, is Radiant Typhoon Elation. Activate one of these effects. Special summon a level 6 or lower Radiant Typhoon from your grave, add a Mystical Space Typhoon from your deck to your hand, and then it has the standard. If it's destroyed by MST, you can set it. This card is okay. One thing I found when I was playing Radiant Typhoon, admittedly, I played it mostly in Genesis format, but one thing I found was that it was just super important to have quick play spells that you can activate at any time, both on your turn and the opponent's turn. Like, it doesn't even matter what they do sometimes. It's just like, I need something to activate right now so I can trigger all of my effects, whether it's Megala or Phonix, or whether I want to summon my Crocia from my hand. Like, sometimes you just need to activate a quick play spell. And so having more quick play spells that just add MST from deck or grave is good, because honestly, a lot of the time, you don't even care which Radiant Typhoon spell you have. All you care about is just adding MST so you have more spells to activate, right? And that's good. The special summon 1 level 6 or lower Radiant Typhoon from your grave is okay, honestly. You can, like, revive a Swen or an Eldam on your opponent's turn and get the search, or you can even revive Crocia to get the double search. It's okay for the grind game, but what really matters is just having a card that you can activate at any point. I don't know if you play 3 of this, but it's basically just a better version of this card, Manifestation, Manifestation is the worst Radiant Typhoon card, because it just sends a Radiant Typhoon from your deck to the graveyard. And even this card, I liked in Radiant Typhoon. I liked it because I thought just having a quick play that you can activate at any time was good enough. Most of the time, I just added MST with it because, you know, MST is good to have. So I don't even know if you cut this card completely, but at the very minimum, this card, I think, is an upgrade to Manifestation, which is welcome, right? But the big deal is the Link monster, not this one. This one's not that crazy. And an even bigger deal, maybe even, hold up, is Sheena, the Twin Storm Deities of Divine Thunder, which is a card that when I read it, I already thought it had a lot of potential. I wasn't sure if people were actually going to play it. It turns out they are absolutely playing it, and we got to talk about that. Hold up. Let me pull up an example deck list real quick for Radiant Typhoon. I believe it was in the second last metagame report. We can quickly take a look at a Radiant Typhoon deck list, I hope. Where was it? I found one recently. It was in some tournament. What was it? Was it this one? No. It won some tournament. I'm just trying to find it real quick. Asia Campus League. I feel like I've scrolled past it already. Here's a second place Radiant Typhoon. Oh, but I didn't post their deck list. That's unfortunate. YCS Taipei. Miyagi team tournament. Oh yeah, it was a team tournament. Ah, there it is. Ah, I see it. I scrolled past it. My bad. Yeah, there's a Radiant Typhoon. Okay, thank you. Yeah, as it turns out, they are definitely playing 3 copies of that card in Radiant Typhoon. So when your opponent activates a card or effect while you control a wind monster, quick effect, you can special summon this card from your hand, then apply this effect based on the card effect's type. So when your opponent activates a monster, return all face-up monsters on the field to the hand except Sheena. And if they activate a spell trap, return all spell traps on the field to the hand. Now, this card is not a starter, not an extender, and nothing like that. So I wasn't sure exactly if people were going to find the room in the deck to play this. However, this card is one of the most insane piece of non-engine I've seen. Like, this is, and that's how you got to look at this card, I think. Like, this card is just non-engine for wind decks, basically. Like, you can't play this in any deck, but it's just a crazy wind non-engine card. Like, imagine the following situation, right? You're playing Radiant Typhoon, and your opponent makes a crazy board going first, and you just like start special summoning your Radiant Typhoon monsters and activating their effects. And if at any point your opponent wants to activate a monster effect, you just activate Sheena in your hand and you bounce the entire field. And unless your opponent has an Omni negate, or not Omni, but like a negate for monster effects, they cannot prevent this. Because this is not an effect that like activates in hand, then summons itself, then activates again to bounce everything. No, this is not a trigger. This is just a quick effect, and it all happens in one chain. So everything is bounced before this even, like, before your opponent even has the chance to like imperm this card or Veiler this card. You can't do anything about that. So if you have a board full of like, you know, whatever, then it's all gone. Now, of course, you keep your main deck monsters in your hand. Like, they go back to your hand. You don't lose the resources forever. Like, let's say you're playing Vanquish Soul and you have like a Holy Sue and a Caesar on the board or whatever. You get to bounce those back and keep them and summon them back later. But all the extra deck stuff goes back. And the other way around, you're playing against Draco Tail, for example. Your opponent activates Draco Tail Flame. You summon this, and they lose the other Draco Tail traps for the turn. They go back to the hand. Really strong card. Really, really strong card. This is the type of card that probably every wind deck is going to play for the foreseeable future. And another application, because you might think like, oh, okay, this card is a really good board breaker, because it's at its best when you go second and your opponent has already made a board. It's not exclusively what this card can do, though. Like, this card can... there's simple applications, like it can dodge Effect Veiler on something. Is something you can do. But it even gets fancier than this, because it can just be something... If you go first and you have this in your hand, it's not like a dead board breaker or anything. You just... you make a board, your opponent starts playing into it, and at some point, they activate a monster effect, and you're like, okay, now it's time, summon this from hand, bounce all of your stuff back to your hand, right? Like it can also be a hand trap. You can even use it turn 0 if you start with Crocia and your opponent activates a quick play spell. Now, that's a lot of ifs. That is a lot of ifs. Like, if you have Crocia, you need to draw this and Crocia, and your opponent needs to activate a quick play spell. Then this can be a turn 0 bounce, but sometimes it's going to happen. You know, sometimes that's going to be happening. Like, even if it's just 1% of your games, like, it's going to happen eventually. So, yeah. I think this card alone is a big reason why this deck is seeing play in the OCG, even, because like of course, Radiant Typhoon is a solid engine. Don't get me wrong. I think it's a really solid engine, and the Fallen and the Virtuous being a quick play spell really helps it as well. Like it's a solid deck, but like having one of the best non-engines in the format in your deck as well definitely helps. And I do think this card classifies or qualifies as one of the best non-engine. Like this is the type of card that every deck would like to have, and Radiant Typhoon gets to play it. There's another card in Radiant Typhoon that plays a little bit of a role in its popularity, and that's Harpy's Featherstorm, which is cringe, of course. Honestly, I think, and this is copium, but I think there's a chance, if there is a ban list before this comes out, I just believe that they might get rid of it. Like with how many floodgates we got rid of in the last ban list, I don't think they want another incident of this happening, because like the worst thing that can happen for them is like another YCS where like Radiant Typhoon is a meta deck now, and then every other feature match just Featherstorm skips the turn. It is copium, but I don't know. But yes, it's 100% worth mentioning if they don't ban Featherstorm and this deck comes out. I think this deck is good enough to see play, and it is always going to side deck Featherstorm. Those two things are pretty certain in my opinion. So yeah. So I do think this deck, all things considered, is also something, if you want to start testing for YCS, for the 300th YCS, I think Radiant Typhoon is a pretty safe bet in terms of testing, because outside of Featherstorm, nothing is going to happen to this deck on the ban list. Like, the Radiant Typhoon is going to be a functioning concept. There's no card in this deck outside of Featherstorm that could probably see a hit on the ban list. I mean, yeah. And so I think it's going to be a relevant deck for YCS Dortmund. And honestly, I like the playstyle of the deck besides the Featherstorm. Is Runic a viable variant? I've seen people mess around with Runic, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think so. Like, as much as I would love to say, yeah, Runics are back, I don't think they are, because they just demand a lot of deck space, and this deck doesn't really have it. You just want to play all the Radiant Typhoon cards because they're really high quality. You want to play Fallen and the Virtuous because that's really high quality. You definitely want to play Sheena. You know, like, you just have better cards to play, and you don't want to summon the Runics in the extra monster zone actually block you, because the Link monster needs 2 Radiant Typhoons. You cannot make it with a Runic in the EMZ. So I don't think they have great synergy. Like, literally the only synergy is that they are quick play spells, but like, other than that, it's not great. So I personally don't think Runic is going to be a huge deal with Radiant Typhoon. On the same note, let's talk about the generic card that has a lot of impact, I think. I mean, a lot maybe is a stretch, because not every deck is playing this in the OCG, but it's a really interesting card that I find very hard to evaluate, but I also think it's very interesting to think about. So Forbidden Crown, just as a reminder, I guess, for people that didn't see when this card was first announced, neither player can activate monster effects in response to this card activation. Apply these effects to one face-up monster on the field until the end of this turn. Its effects are negated, it cannot attack, it cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects, it's unaffected by other cards' activated effects, except its own. It cannot be tributed, it cannot be used as material for a Fusion, Sync, Xyz, or Link. You can only activate one Forbidden Crown per turn. So essentially what this card says is it turns a monster onto the field. Like the way I think of it is like it freezes a monster on the field completely for the entire turn. Like it cannot be outed anymore, but it's also negated. It can't attack. It can't be destroyed. Can't be tributed. Can't be used as material. Like that monster is gonna stay there. It's not gonna do anything. It's not gonna move. It's not gonna activate. It can't attack. Like it just basically freezes the monster is how I'm thinking of it. Which might seem like maybe it seems a bit mediocre or weird at first, but I think it has a lot of interesting applications, which maybe all individually might not seem that great, but I think because it can do all of it, it actually becomes a very interesting card. So just a few things you can do with this. Of course, the easiest thing you can do is when you're going second and your opponent has a problematic endboard piece, you can just negate that card, right? Let's say you're up against Yummy and Herald of the Arclight is still legal for whatever reason. You can just freeze the Herald of the Arclight and ignore it for the rest of the turn. Because that's what you are forced to do, basically. You will have to... You can't out the Herald, and that's the downside, right? That's the downside. If you're using this on your opponent's monster, yes, that monster is not going to bother you for the rest of the turn, but you also cannot out it. And of course, I know there's exceptions like Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, but in the grand scheme of things, okay, we cannot out that monster, all right? Which is an interesting application sometimes. You know, if you draw this going second, being able to like ignore one card on the board is good, but it's not like it's not that broken, because in a lot of cases it's going to stop you from going for game, and it's also going to guarantee your opponent some level of follow-up because they guaranteed are going to keep that monster. If we think this one step ahead, though, one thing that this card does not prevent is attacking the monster. So we can kind of use this to our advantage as well. If the opponent has a small monster in attack mode, you can just OTK them very easily. You can ignore the rest of the board and just attack that one monster over and over. If you can put up enough damage, it can just be game. The most popular example of this is probably Yummy. If your opponent has a Snatchy on the board with 600 attack, you can just freeze it in place and attack over it. IP Masquerena, 800 attack. That's a lot of potential targets for this card. In the case of Yummy, it's worth noting it only makes the card unaffected by activated effects. So if they put up the Yummy minion field spell, it can still become a big Snatchy, which could be a problem. But it's another way to win going second, right? That's a very huge toolbox, right? That's a win condition out of nowhere that that didn't exist previously. That's not something that Imperm can do, right? Like you can't like Imperm a Snatchy and then just like attack it 5 times. And that can be a game changer in some ways, right? And they cannot prevent it if your deck is capable of playing around the rest of their board, right? Which is strong. But that's also not where it stops, right? It can also be used on your own monsters when your opponent is trying to go for a game, or when they are trying to out one of your monsters and you don't want to. You want to keep it around. You don't want to die this turn, so you just activate Forbidden Crown on one of your monsters that's sitting there. If you activate Forbidden Crown on a monster in defense mode, you're probably surviving, right? Like of course, there's maybe alternative ways to win the game for the opponent, like attacking all of your other monsters or summon something that can attack directly or whatever. But in the grand scheme of things, it's gonna stay there, right? It can protect something from the Nibiru. If you go first and your opponent activates Nib and you have one monster that you really want to keep, you can Forbidden Crown it. It's going to be negated for the rest of the turn, but the Nib is not going to tribute it. And then there you go. You can lock the extra monster zone. Your opponent summons a monster in the EMZ. You activate Forbidden Crown. Can't link it off anymore. Depending on how the link arrows are or whatever, you lose that link material. And you could honestly, that can be huge. It can negate, it can basically stop the entire turn. it's a great answer to Cupsy Yummy, for example. Like, you know, one of the greatest things about Cupsy Yummy is that you summon it, it applies pressure immediately because it goes +1 into an extender, and then it also starts your plays with Snatchy. So if, let's say, a Cupsy Yummy gets Veilered or Imperm or Ashed, it still plays after. If you use Forbidden Crown on a Cupsy Yummy, that Cupsy Yummy just sits there and cannot do anything for the rest of the turn. You know, you don't get your surprise, and you also don't get to make the link 1 with it. So in that way, it's also a phenomenal card when you're going first to just have it set, right? So, and I feel like we've only scratched the surface of what this card can do. I think this is the type of card that you put into your deck, and then like whenever you draw it, you'll see different applications for it, depending on what matchup you're playing, depending on what situation you're in, whether you're going first or going second. So I think this card is really good. I think this card has a very interesting design to it, and is definitely going to make an impact on the format in some way, shape, or form. Now, at the moment, I think it's worth pointing out, I think in the OCG, for the most part, they are only playing it in Radiant Typhoon. In other decks, I haven't seen it as much. Even Sky Striker doesn't play it, which is interesting to me, because I feel like it'd be an interesting card for Sky Striker to play, because it's a quick play spell. But I think there are versions with it. Just this particular one doesn't have it, but some Sky Striker players do play it. But yeah. It's a very interesting card that I'm looking forward to, because it's not like an obviously broken card, and it has a lot of very versatile interactions. And also, like, I feel like it's a very skill testing card, because it does provide you with so many options. You're always going to have to choose which one's the best right now. Like, am I going to just use it on one of my opponent's endboard pieces, or am I going to hold it for one of my own cards, or what am I going to do with it? You know, it's quite interesting. Against Sky Striker Yummy, you crown Kagari. Yeah, if they start with Hornet Drones, make Kagari, add back Hornet Drones. If you crown that Kagari, it is a Link monster stuck in the EMZ, but it's pointing upwards. So you basically get cooked, right? You get cooked completely, which is very strong, yeah. Cool Word, thank you for the 15 months. Are you going to consider Mitsu again for the regionals? I don't have a regional this month, I believe. My next regional is going to be after Burst Protocol. So I can't say yet what I like. It depends a lot on if we get a ban list, what's on the ban list, how Burst Protocol shakes up the meta. Yeah, it's hard to say. I think it's not played much because it's not very good into Mitsu and Dracotail. It's true it's not great against Dracotail, yeah, because I mean, as good as it is going first against Dracotail, it can actually be pretty good because you can just negate the Arthalion, right? Like if they go for a turn 0, that's another thing it can do, you know, turn 0 Arthalion, negate it. But it can be stopped by Dracotail Flame because it only says you can't activate monster effects in response. So it can get hit by Dracotail Flame. And going second against Dracotail, it doesn't seem that strong. But yeah. When do these cards come out? The exact date is, I believe, the 5th of February for the EU. So in like 3 weeks. Yeah, 5th of February. Yeah, 3 weeks. Oh yeah, top right. Available on 5th of February. Yeah. So soon. Very soon. We have, I believe, the sneak peek, the premiere for Burst Protocol is going to be in like 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. And then it's going to be out like it comes out like a week before YCS Dormant, like 1.5 weeks before YCS Dormant. Is it the same with Maze of Muertos? No, Maze of Muertos is after YCS Dortmund, I'm pretty sure. Maze of Muertos releases in the second half of February, so after the YCS. Still also relatively soon, but it is after the YCS. So for now, I want to focus on burst protocol. Yeah. And honestly, as far as like top tier is concerned, the only other thing, like, of course, this is just judging from the OCG, but right now in the OCG, the only things that from this set that are really shaking up the format are Radiant Typhoon, the Fallen of White stuff, and Forbidden Crown. There's other things that I personally find very interesting that we do have to talk about. You know, and we will talk about those in a second. But there's interesting stuff in here. Elven Notes, of course, is the new Medius archetype, which I personally believe right off the bat, Elven Notes is probably not going to do much, but Elven Notes already has really good support announced. So I have my doubts on Elven Notes, which maybe I'm wrong on that, but like I have my doubts that it's immediately going to be super strong. But I think like once they print the Elven Notes support, I'm pretty sure that's looking like a good deck so far. We have to talk about Spenta. I also want to talk about the level 7 synchro, but just want to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back with you. All right, Scatter, I'm back. Blazing Dominion might be the best set since Phantom Nightmare. Let's focus on Burst Protocol first, all right? Let's focus on Burst Protocol first. Blazing Dominion is looking good, I'm not gonna lie, but now let's talk about this card, all right? This card is a weird one, because it kind of like, to me, it represents a lot of the things that I don't like in Yu-Gi-Oh card design, because, but at the same time, I don't know how good it's gonna be. You know, it's kind of like, maybe it's, I guess what I'm trying to say is, this is the type of card that I hope is not going to be good. But I guess I should give more context, because there's different ways to use this card, and some of them are worse than others in terms of like the combo sloppiness, right? And also, yes, the fact that Savage Dragon is banned helps a little bit. Not that much. Like, Savage being banned helps, but there's still the Zoroa, which is also it's a monster, it's a hand trap negate that you can summon very easily with this, even when Savage is banned. So like, but yeah. So of course, Spenta the Magistus Sealer is in Burst Protocol as well. This card is already out in Master Duel, so I'm familiar with how this card works, and I'm guessing a lot of you guys are probably familiar with it too. But you can discard this card to activate one of these effects, add a Magistus monster from your deck to your hand, or have the attack of a monster your opponent controls until the end of this turn, which is, yeah, you do this 100% of the time. The second effect is just to have more text on the card. You can banish this card from your grave, then target a face-up monster you control, equip a Magistus monster from your extra deck or grave to it as an equip spell. So this card does basically everything in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. This card, the closest comparison to this card, unironically, is Habakiri. The only difference between this card and Habakiri is that Magistus as a pure deck is still bad. Or Wakaushi maybe. Yeah, it's like, it's Habakiri if pure Mitsu wasn't a thing, basically, right? Because with Habakiri, it's like, okay, I hate all the hybrids, but at least pure Mitsu is cool. And this card just has like no cool deck attached to it. It's just like, all the things I'm seeing with it are basically combo slop added to other decks, right? Because what this card can do, of course, this card has two main search targets. Depending on whether you want to use your normal summon or not. But the most broken way to use this card is to search Zoroa Magistus of Flame, which is a card that's seen some play in the past, but very rarely. It was used in Exo Sister for a while to make a rank 4. Target a Magistus monster you control, equip it with a Magistus monster from your extra deck. If this card becomes equipped with a Magistus monster card, you can special a level 4 spellcaster from hand or grave in defense position. So one thing that was holding this card back, because of course it equips itself with a Magistus monster from the extra deck, what was holding this card back is that it wasn't a starter, because at the time when you just normal summon it, you don't have a level 4 spellcaster in your graveyard. So you would always have to draw a second spellcaster in your hand in order to get the ability to special summon a monster to turn this into 2 bodies, right? Because Spenta discards itself to search this, you always have a target in the graveyard to revive with Zoroa. So Zoroa is now 2 level 4 bodies on the spot, one of them being a tuner because itself is a tuner. But it doesn't stop there, because of course you're also equipping it with a Magistus monster card from your extra deck, which we all know. Where is it? Wait, where is Artemis? Artemis, the Magistus Moon Maiden, has a lot of text. The only thing that matters is while this card is equipped to a monster, you can add a Magistus monster from your deck to your hand. So you basically, with Spenta, you get 2 level 4 bodies. One of them is a tuner. And then you get to search any Megistus from your deck to your hand, which just so happens that Crowley is a Poplar. Crowley is a Poplar that can summon itself and then perform a fusion summon. So you can already see we can go a lot of ways with these cards. Spenta later on also has an effect to banish itself from the grave to equip a Megistus monster from your extra deck, which because Megistus has a lot of ways to create equip spells, you can also very easily summon like a Snake Eyes Doomed Dragon from your extra deck for free. And then Megistus also has this card, which requires a Megistus monster and any extra deck monster basically. And it's a quick effect monster effect negation. So basically all of the pieces are there for Spenta to just enable combos, right? Like this is just your classic summon a bunch of stuff that can go into any direction. You can make rank 4s, you can make level 8 synchros. You can even make, I'm pretty sure you can make a level 8 synchro and a Doomed Dragon, which would also make it a rank 8. So you can go Zombie Vampire if you want. You can do things without a normal summon in case you don't need, in case you don't want to normal summon because you have a normal summon in your hand already. You can just go Spenta, search Crowley directly and then special it and then fuse with it and stuff like that. So everything is there. The only thing that the TCG is missing is Borreload Savage Dragon, because one of the very obvious things that people in the OCG have been doing sometimes with this deck is you can go, of course, once you have Zoroa on the field, the other Zoroa, where is it? Once you have this Zoroa on the field and a Spenta and an Artemis equipped, you can make Savage Dragon, re-equip the Artemis, and then you have an Omni Negate on the Savage. And then you can use the Spenta to search the Crowley. That's something that they're doing in Master Duel in Draco Tail, for example. Like one very popular line in Master Duel is activate Spenta, search Zoroa, normal Zoroa, Zoroa effect equip with Artemis, Zoroa effect revive Spenta, make Savage Dragon, re-equip the Artemis, Artemis effect search Crowley, special Crowley, and then Crowley perform a fusion summon. All right, that's something that you can do, for example. Which works in basically any deck, because for some reason none of these cards have any lock related to it whatsoever. Like, you can use both effects of Spenta in the same turn. This doesn't lock you into spellcasters or anything. Zoroa doesn't lock you. Artemis doesn't lock you. Crowley doesn't lock you. You can do anything you want with these cards, basically. The only thing, I guess, that is holding these cards back is the following question. Because Megistus, at least as far as I'm concerned, at least as far as I know, Megistus is not good in its pure form, right? The only way that these cards have seen play is like a supplementary engine in other strategies, like Draco Tail Megistus, or as you may have noticed, everything we're spamming here is level 4s. So for a brief period, people were playing Megistus Ryziel in Master Duel, where this was just like more level 4 extenders and just like a way to start Ryziel plays because you can make Duo Drive. You can make King of the Feral Imps with this in Master Duel, which you can't in the TCG anymore, but in the TCG you can still make like Infernal Flame Banshee to search Pyros or whatever. There's so many things you can do with these cards. But it's always basically a supplementary engine in another deck. And whenever you put a supplementary engine in another deck, you have to ask yourself the question, is this better than playing more non-engine, for example, right? Like, yeah, because quite literally, these cards can do anything. These cards can do Fiendsmith combo because of Exciton Knight. These cards can do, like, once again, level 8 synchro, rank 8, Omni negates for hand traps, like everything you want in a combo pile is enabled by Spenta. But for most decks, as it stands in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like, well, every deck is like kind of strong going first already. And so what you have to worry about with modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks is like, okay, how good is my deck going second, and how good does my deck play into hand traps? Which it just so happens that most modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks are already pretty strong into like the 1v1 interactive hand traps, like Imperm, Veiler, Ash, whatever. Most decks play through these pretty well. Most decks these days are mainly concerned about cards like Droll Lockbird and Molt Charmies, right? And that is something that adding Spenta to your deck will just make it worse into those cards, right? It'll make your deck stronger into stuff like Imperm Veiler or whatever. Like if you start your plays and you get ashed and then you have Spenta as well, then your opponent is gonna cry. But then when you start playing and your opponent has a Charmy or a Droll, and then you have a Spenta in your hand, you'll look at it and you'll be like, oh, that's not very helpful right now. I guess I can't commit to that, and then I just cry and pass. So this card has a lot of potential on paper, and if someone finds a deck that can somehow make up for like the weakness it has to like Fuwa and stuff, I can 100% see this card seeing play. But I personally, this is also like, it's coming from me, who I just always prefer like the pure versions of decks. The same is true in Master Duel, right? Like people were hyping up Magistus Draco Tail like crazy in Master Duel, and like I think it's been pretty. I don't want to say proven, because I think Magistus Draco Tail is still a decent deck in Master Duel. It's good, but I don't think it's better than pure Draco Tail. It's just like, I guess it's a personal preference type of thing, whether you want to just play like a more combo heavy, more powerful deck, or whether you want to play like the more control-y, more non-engine version of it. And I just usually am on the side of the pure version of the deck, right? I just typically don't prefer this. And that's how I'm looking at this card in general, not just for Draco Tail. Like every single use case for this card that I've seen, I was thinking to myself, like, I probably would prefer to play more like a more consistent, more non-engine version of the deck, and I would settle for a weaker end board rather than committing to like putting Spentas, Zoroa, and Crowley in the deck, right? So yeah, take it with a grain of salt. The card has a lot of potential. I see the potential in this card, but I don't believe it's going to be better most of the time. Which is also partially due to the fact that some of the cards are banned, rightfully so, that this card enables. Like mainly like King of the Feral Imps or like Borreload Savage Dragon are two big ones. I don't see how NA players will resist Spenta in branded Draco Tail. Yes, it's mid into Fuwa Purulia, but those cards are still not max C. See, you might be right. You might be right that people are going to start playing this in branded Draco Tail. And like, but if you look at this deck list, right, you are definitely going to play the branded cards in this deck, right? What are you going to take out for 3 Spenta, 1 Crowley, 1 Zoroa? Because your options on what to take out are pretty thin when it comes to engine. You cannot cut like a Draco Tail name. You can cut like the Albion, I guess. You can cut 1 Cartesia, maybe. That's 2 cuts. Other than that, you're gonna have to take out non-engine. There's nothing else you can do. You have to make the decision to play less non-engine to make the deck even stronger going first. So it's just like, I personally think it's not correct to do this. You can, absolutely, and as a result, your deck gets better in some ways and worse in others. I just think it's like not worth the trade-off, because I think the deck is already really strong as it is, and making a deck that is pretty good into Fuwa and even Max C and Droll, making this deck weak into those cards is not a great move. And that it was the same logic in Master Duel. And it also currently applies in the OCG. I mean, we can take a look. There's 17 Draco Tails in this report from like top cuts of like tournaments over the course of it was 153 top performing decks from 34 tournaments. 14 branded Draco Tail, and then 2 play Fallen and Megistus. I don't know why this one is called branded and this one is called Fallen, but whatever. You can do this, but like the majority of players, I guess, agree that it's not necessary and makes the deck weaker into cards that you don't want to be weak to, I guess. And that's, I think, the bigger story. That's the bigger picture with Spenta. It's going to be a very hyped card in the beginning. And honestly, this is the one card that I'm not sure if... like, with this card, if you're interested in playing this card, unless, of course, if you want to play it at YCS Dortmund, then you're going to have to get it early. But if you just like, if you're just interested in trying it, then I think you can wait until after YCS Dortmund, because I think this card is probably going to be, if it's a secret rare, which I don't think we know the rarity of the card yet, but it's not unlikely for it to be a secret rare. Let's be real. Like this screams secret rare. If this is a secret rare, it's probably going to be very sought after in the beginning. But then my personal prediction is at YCS Dortmund and also the other YCSs, we're not going to see a huge impact from Spenta, and then it could go down a little bit after. Yeah. That's what I'm feeling personally about Spenta. But yeah. Okay. And I think, okay, this card is also something I wanna talk about again a little bit. Zeren the Chainbound Dragon. This card unites so many different things in it. It's like cringe in some ways, but really cool in others, because it is a new take on a concept, like the concept of negates, basically, right? Which is, of course, I don't even want to say a very polarizing topic, because I think overall most people I've talked to are not a fan of just more Omni negates in the game. But I guess the way I feel about it is like, if they are going to make cards that negate other cards, I would prefer them to be interesting like this card is. So the way this card works is, first of all, it's made for Cool Tune, I think. I think that's a fair thing to say. I think it's made for Cool Tune. Other decks can play it, but it's mainly made for Cool Tune. If this card you control would be used as synchro material, you can treat it as a non-tuner. I'm saying this because it is a tuner itself, and it doesn't require a non-tuner. It requires a tuner and synchro monsters, but it can be made with 2 tuners, so Cool Tune can make it. And of course, Cool Tune is locked into tuners, so it itself is a tuner as well. So I think it's meant to help Cool Tune, but you can also use it in other decks, of course. When a card or effect is activated in response to the activation of a card or effect, quick effect, you can activate one of these effects, negate that effect, and if you do, destroy that card, or negate the effect of the card that was responded to, and if you do, destroy it. So this card, I think it sounds simpler and more broken than it actually is. And we're gonna have to dive into this a little bit in order to showcase why this card is, I think, more interesting than people give it credit for, because even in chat right now, people are just like saying like, oh, just another form of an Omni negate. This is more interesting than it seems. And I think it does something that no Yu-Gi-Oh card has previously done, which I think is really interesting, which is negating a lower chain link than would normally be possible. Like, of course, I know there's cards that negate on resolution, like Ryziel Cross, but I don't think you could ever activate a card like as chain link 4 that specifically negate you couldn't previously not activate like a card as chain link 4 that specifically negates chain link 2. There's cards that negate on resolution, and there's cards that negate the entire chain, but I don't think there's a card that says like, yes, fuck Chainlink 2 specifically. Yeah. Called by technically does that, but you know what I mean, right? You get what I'm saying. You're just trying to be smart about it, but you know what I mean. So a few things about this card. This card is not as simple as negate, your opponent activates Harpy's Feather Duster. You cannot negate that with this card. Unless, and here's the thing, here's the catch. If you want to negate Harpy's Feather Duster or Raigeki or whatever, anything your opponent activates as Chainlink 1, you have to make sure that there is a Chainlink 2. So a way to negate, let's say, or Nibiru. Nibiru is an even more interesting example, maybe. But let's stay with the Raigeki. In order to negate Chainlink 1 Raigeki, there has to be a Chainlink 2. So you would say, okay, well, that's simple. All I have to do is I'm gonna chain to my Raigeki, to my opponent's Raigeki, and then I can negate the Raigeki, which on paper works. If your opponent activates Raigeki and you chain something else to the Raigeki, and then you chain this card, you can negate the Raigeki. However, that is not how player priorities work in Yu-Gi-Oh! If your opponent activates Raigeki and you chain to that card, your opponent gets to chain to that first. So at the point where we are, it's Chainlink 1 Raigeki, Chainlink 2 whatever you do, and then your opponent goes Chainlink 3, I don't know, I'll chain Radiant Typhoon Vision to search Mystical Space Typhoon. And then Raigeki is too far down the chain for you to negate it. Because it's Chainlink 1 Raigeki, Chainlink 2 and Chainlink 3 are something else. If you go Chainlink 4 Zeren the Chainbound Dragon, you can only negate Chainlink 2 or Chainlink 3. You cannot negate Chainlink 1 anymore. It's too late. So it's not as easy as you might think it is to negate like any card you want. Most importantly, it's really hard to negate Chainlink 1 at all times. It's a lot easier for you to negate anything that's Chainlink 2 or higher, but Chainlink 1 specifically is you cannot guarantee to negate it. You cannot guarantee the ability to negate Chainlink 1. Same thing with Nibiru. If you play a combo deck and you rely on this card as your out to Nibiru, you might be in for some trouble. Because your opponent activates Nibiru, first of all, you need to be able to chain to it, otherwise you can't negate it at all. And if your opponent has another response, then you get nibbed. You can't do anything about it anymore. So, like, I don't know, Chainlink 1 Nibiru, you chain to it, your opponent goes Chainlink 3 Bestial, you're like, oh, well, I guess I can negate your Bestial, but the nib is still going to resolve, right? So, that's interesting. I think, like, okay, look, I said it earlier, I think negates are not the most interesting in general, but if they are going to do negates, then I prefer if they have, like, outplay potential like this. Like this card does require some, like, more detailed Yu-Gi-Oh! Knowledge and critical thinking than just, like, Baron the Fleur. Like, the difference in skill expression, even you might think it's a small difference because they both negate cards, but like if you compare the skill expression between this card and Baron, I do think it's like night and day. And so, like, you know, I think this card is interesting, and I think it's a way to implement a negate in the game that I can live with, because it's just so much less lazy, I feel like, than just slapping an Omni negate on a card. And that's not it. Like, it's also not it's also not that easy to summon because it does require a tuner and a synchro. Like, it's not like every deck can always do this. But yeah. Another thing that this card can do is it can stop your opponent from chain blocking certain things, right? Because if your opponent activates two trigger effects in the same chain, you can actually play around that and negate Chainlink 1, which is also a new thing. Like, that's not something that a card was able to do previously. So, like, let's say your opponent goes Mitsurugi Ritual, Tribute Habakiri to summon Murakumo. They cannot just go Chainlink 1 Murakumo, Chainlink 2 Habakiri to stop you from negating the Raigeki effect. You can actually negate Chainlink 1, which is cool. This seems like a decent Tenpai card. And how does Tenpai summon this? It needs a synchro. It's level 7, it needs a synchro. I don't think Tenpai can summon this. Unless you're talking of some very weird Tenpai version that I'm not aware of, but it's not a generic level 7. I think it's very important to mention. okay, which deck, like realistically, all right, realistically, which decks are going to be able to use this card right now? I think Cool Tune is the obvious one, and then Yummy can, I think. Yummy can definitely use it. And Yummy is probably desperately going to need it after Herald of the Arclight is banned. Other than that, I'm not sure which deck is going to really use this. Red Dragon Archfiend? Yeah, I mean, look, I'm talking about like, this is not meant to be mean, but I'm talking like meta relevant stuff. Even Cool Tune, I mean, to be fair. It's fair to say Red Dragon Archfiend in the same breath as Cool Tune. That's fair enough, actually. Well, that's on me. I set the bar low. Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting card, but it's like this card in my head, even though it does have a negate on it, it's more on the level of like I don't know, an Abao AQ. Which I've never really had an issue with the fact that Abao AQ is a card. You know, I always thought it was interesting that it existed. You know, or like Gorgon of Zilophonia. Like cards that definitely have use cases that I can see. Relatively generic, but not every single deck can just easily spit them out. And like if you use it in the right deck and in the right circumstance, it can definitely be a top tier Yu-Gi-Oh card. But it's not as obviously broken as like, I don't know, a Baron de Fleur or an Appaloosa or something like that, right? And the most important part is that I feel like the gameplay that this card provides is actually interesting, even though it involves negating cards. It's just the card that as soon as this hits the field, I feel like there's going to be skill testing happening, which I think is cool. Because, you know, cards can be broken, but still be interesting to play with. Like, for example, SP Little Knight is a card that like is basically everywhere because it is so powerful, but I don't really mind it. I don't really mind the fact that SP Little Knight sees a lot of play because I think the gameplay that it provides is strong, but not like bad. And this card kind of reminds me, it's not as powerful as SP. I'm not trying to say that. Definitely not. It's not as good as SP. But like the gameplay it provides, I think is interesting. White Forest can summon it for free with Queen. Yeah, but have you considered that if White Forest plays the game, it auto wins anyways? So I don't think it matters what you summon with the Queen. Blackwing is cool. Thank you for the community gift sub. You probably just did that so I read your name out loud, even though it is a lie, but I appreciate you. Okay. Any other interesting generic stuff in here? Because I'm starting to get into like the archetypes that might be relevant, trying to understand what they're exactly gonna do. But like generically, I think we might have, it might be it, right? The rank 10. Yeah, we don't know the exact effect of this yet, right? This is the one that they've teased, but we don't know exactly what it does yet. So we have to wait and see for that. The new K9 card? Yeah, that's archetype related. Yeah, I know. Link 5 Topologic? Oh, wait, there is a new Topologic. Is this the one? Topologic Blaster. You cannot summon or set monsters to an extra monster zone this card points to. I remember this card was interesting. If a monster is special summoned to a zone a link monster points to, apply one of these effects. You cannot apply the same effect again. Shuffle all monsters into the deck except this card. Shuffle all spell traps. Look at your opponent's extra deck and banish a card from it. Yeah. This is mandatory. It can backfire. It can. I mean, so this card is I think this card is good. And I do remember that we talked about it already now. I'm just trying to wrap my head around like where you would play it. I guess this is the type of card that's just waiting for another archetype that just spams link material, right? Like if you have an archetype that produces a lot of link material, you can definitely think about using this card as one of your endboards. Rocket can. I've seen people mess around with it in Rocket, like Dragon Link. You kind of have to summon it relatively late in your combo, right? Because otherwise you're gonna out your own board. Also, it should be noted, next in line for free agent support that is designated for a TCG exclusive is Tistina, which matters a shitload for Genesis, of course. No, that it matters a shitload for you personally, Peeps, is the difference. It's not the same. Exactly, yeah. Do you think the Magnet Warrior package will be anything? Let's finish talking about the top logic. But hold up, give me a second. I'm trying to wrap my head around like the scenario in which this card sees play, because what's the plan when you summon this card, right? You're trying to summon it towards the end of your combo. You're trying to summon into its zone once to look at your opponent's extra deck and banish a card, which is an incredibly powerful effect to be able to do that. It's basically Kashtira Unicorn without your opponent having to trigger it. So like, that's, you know, that's quite strong. You're banishing face up, which matters sometimes because it's easier to get a face up card back than a face down. But still, I would say in terms of power level, it's like pretty similar. Snatchy is limited to 1 in OCG, so rip that and you win. See, that's not true because you're banishing it face up, so the field spells theoretically can recycle it. It's not going to be possible always to get, but you can do things like you can summon Cupsy, search a field spell, make Linkaribo, special another one, make Cupsy Yummy Way, search 2, discard the field spell, and then put Snatchy back. Like that does work, and that only works because it's banished face up, right? So just to showcase a scenario where it can make a difference, which it definitely can. But I think it's safe to say that in most cases, the extra deck rip is powerful, but only starts mattering once you get multiple off, right? I think it's also with, at least in my experience, this is not true for every single deck, but in a lot of cases, when your opponent resolves Unicorn one time, it's usually fine. It's when they start doing it like a second or a third time and they start ripping like multiple important directions out of your extra deck, then it becomes a problem. So, like, I don't know. One of the key meta decks in the next format is going to be Branded Draco Tail. And it's like, okay, well, the first extra deck rip, like if you're sitting across from this Branded Draco Tail deck, what's the first extra deck rip here? Banish face up, right? Albion, maybe. Sanctifier, so they can't activate Branded Fusion as easily, maybe. Maybe Secretarion, maybe the Ecclesia Synchro. But I would say all of it still makes the game like playable for your opponent. It's probably the Ecclesia Synchro, realistically. Definitely not a Draco Tail, because they can just put it back with a trap card and draw a card. And for the branded cards, at least the fusion monsters, there's always a replacement. Like if you take the Albion away, sure, then I guess I'll send Devour with Fallen of White, is fine. And even if you hit the Ecclesia Synchro, they can still do all of the Draco Tail plays just fine. They just can't do the summon Cartesia from the deck part. I think it's when you start resolving this multiple times is when it starts hurting most decks a decent chunk. Do you absolutely have to play Frixel in branded Dracotail? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you have to play Frixel in branded Dracotail. There's no way around it, I don't think. What do you think about the Fallen of White? Will it be secret rare, and what's the price tag then? My personal prediction is yes, it will be a secret rare. They've been nice about this sometimes in the past. Like there's been cards that I thought would be secret rare and then they weren't. Like, I don't know, Kashtira Fenrir, for example, I thought was a no-brainer secret rare and then it was an ultra. It was still expensive. The only thing that makes it hard for me to evaluate how, like, if this is a secret rare, one thing that's hard for me to evaluate is how much it would be, because I'm always wrong about this anyway, so don't listen to what I'm saying. Like I literally told you guys to wait on picking up Magnamood when it was $5 because I thought that was outrageous for a super rare. You remember that? And then I myself also had to buy Magnamoods for like $15. So like, look, I know how to play this game, but I know nothing about like the value and stuff like that. Like I have my reasons why I think certain things, but very often stuff just ends up working differently, and I have no idea. It's fine, just give your opinion. We do the opposite. Yeah, that's the kind of the dynamic that we've developed, right? That's how it works. What I'm trying to say is it's hard to evaluate because it's usually a 2-of, right? It's like it's usually a 2-of. So what does that mean for the market value of the card? Because it's like, I don't know, it's got to be less, because people are screaming like, oh, next 100 euro secret rare, and I'm just out here and I'm like, how can this be a 100 euro secret rare when like not even Perulia was that? And Perulia was like a pretty popular 3-of in most decks, and this is a 2-of in one deck out of the metagame, right? So in my head, it's like, how can it be, you know, that Perulia was in a good set? You don't think this is a good set? Because I guess that's something I want to discuss as well. We can talk about that real quick. Like, is this a bad set? Marshmallow price? Yeah, okay. Marshmallow. I think Marshmallow is a good comparison. Marshmallow is was the best secret rare in Doom of Dimensions, and Doom of Dimensions overall, okay. Do you think Doom of Dimension is a stronger set than this or a weaker set than this? Because I personally think it's weaker. I think this set is a little stronger than Doom of Dimensions. It depends on the rarity distribution. But like, what did Doom of Dimension have? Marshmallow, Noroi, Frixel. Well, what else? Marshmallow, Noroi, Frixel, Dominus, Spiral. The Radiant Typhoon stuff is like, I think the Radiant Typhoon stuff has actually gone up in value now because people know it's good now, but in the beginning it wasn't that crazy. So like that's like, and that's about it with the chase cards, right? So like, I think this set is better than Doom of Dimensions. So what I'm trying to get to is Marshmallow was a secret rare in a worse set than this, and it was a 3-of, and Marshmallow was like about 50 when the set released. So by this very solid and logical reasoning that I've applied right here, I feel like Fallen of the White should be less than what Marshmallow was. But because this was also logical, I think it's probably not going to be true, right? Now that I said that, it's probably going to be more. I don't know, but like that seems logical, right? There's a good chance Fallen is a 3-of. I mean, yeah, but even if it's a 3-of, don't you think the logic still applies? Don't you think it's still like Marshmallow was also a 3-of always? and it was in Pure Yummy and Mitsuyami, which were arguably like two of the most hyped decks after Doom of Dimension. So like, is it because Branded is a super popular archetype? Like people are just more hyped for Albaz, you think? Because I can definitely see it being more expensive than 50. I'm just saying, like, sometimes maybe it's just that the market doesn't always behave like super rational, right? Like the market doesn't always behave in that way. It's just like, if maybe a lot more people want to play Fallen of White than people wanted to play Yummy. I have no idea. But in theory, this card has a lot of chase cards, you know, like the Fallen of White, if that's a secret rare, is a chase card. Spenta is a chase card. Forbidden Crown is already confirmed a secret rare, so that's a chase card. I could see being a secret rare because it's a very good generic card, even though, I mean, it's for wind decks, but it's a pretty good like non-engine. I think I could see that being a secret and being a sought after card. Like, it's a pretty good set if they put the right cards in the right rarities. So, you know, if they print it with other good secrets like Sheena, Crown, Spenta, then it could be lower. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, but I guess we have to wait and see the exact distribution. Because, I mean, one archetype that's probably going to have secret rares, judging by the fact that it's a main lore archetype, is probably going to be Elven Notes, right? Like, Elven Notes is probably going to get... How many secret rares did the other archetypes have? Archmage had 2? The Field Spell and Finmel, I believe. Doomsy had also 2, I think. In Doomsy, it was the 1 Exceed and the 1 Effect monster, or did Doomsy have 3 even? Archmage had 4? Archmage had 4? Oh, Deoctorus and the Power Patron. You're right. I forgot the extra deck monsters. Yeah, they had 4 secrets for Archmage. Jesus. Okay, so I guess we don't know exactly how many secrets to expect from the Medius archetype, but like, okay, if you had to rank Elven Notes in terms of the hype around it and the power level, from 1 to 3 out of the 3 Medius archetypes, like Archmage, Doomsy, and Elven Notes, with 1 being the best and 3 being the worst, where is Elven Notes, you think? I mean, I should have asked you between 1 and 2 because we all know Doomsy is 3. I'm sorry, Doomsy enjoyers, but Doomsy is 3. I'm just trying to get a feel for is it better than Archmage or not. My first impression is also it's better than Archmage, but yeah. 1 Elven, 2 Archmage now. After support, it's 1 Archmage, 2 Elven. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it feels like Elven Notes is definitely... Okay, one thing that's safe to say is Elven Notes is more hyped than Doomsy. I don't know if people are going to like it more than Archmage overall, because I think Archmage was a pretty popular archetype. Like, I think Archmage is... Maybe not, like, in terms of power level or how many people actually play it, but I think people like Archmage. Elven Notes might actually be even more popular. Elven Notes is good, but a bit overrated. I'd have to like read all the cards again. So they all have this like center main monster zone thing, which I think is an incredibly cool gimmick, by the way. I like the fact that they are like dancing around the center main monster zone. I think that's cool. During your opponent's turn, you can switch the locations of this card, and then you can banish around. Oh, this is the Omega one that you can summon with the new Elven Notes. That's the one thing, like, okay, you think it's better than Archmage, but is it actually meta relevant before they get the support? Because I know this card is not in Burst Protocol, and this card is crazy. Zero Wall, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Elven Fiendsmith is a decent deck. Yeah, but so was Fiendsmith Archmage, wasn't it? Like, that was like tier 3-ish. Griff plays it with Yummy. Yeah, the funny thing about this deck in particular is that it can actually make Yummy combo, because all of the power patrons, of course, lock you into the summoning mechanic of the deck, that they're all level 1. So this power patron, because it's the Elven Node power patron, locks you into synchro monsters, and it's a level 1. So if you can make a Link 1 and this, you can make Cupsy, because it's just in synchro. So you can I think you can bridge. You can bridge from Elven Nodes into Yummy. Yummy can bridge into this too. How does Yummy bridge into Elven Nodes? No, it's a tuner. Oh, this is a tuner, so you need this and just a regular level 1 monster. Oh, okay. That makes it harder, but maybe still possible. I don't know. You herald into Illusion of Chaos into Souls, send Lucina, then make the level 7 synchro revive Lucina. Bro, Herald of the Arclight, I'm sorry. It just needs to go, man. It just needs to go. I don't even care if that's cope or if it's good. I don't care. The fact that it's possible is stupid. Yeah. It's a cool bridge, though. Look, maybe I'd be okay. No, I wouldn't be, but I would be more okay with Herald being a bridge if it's just that. But like the fact that it's also Omni Negate and Floodgate Endward piece at the same time is not okay, dude. I think right now there's no colder take in the Yu-Gi-Oh community than Herald of the Arclight needs to get banned. So I don't even know if I want to like consider that a thing, because personally I do believe we're gonna get a ban list this month. I hope it's not gonna be too late in the month, because I want as much time as possible to prepare for YCS Dortmund. But like I do believe we're gonna get a ban list, and I do believe they're gonna ban Herald of the Arclight. Like I just think it's impossible. Like I cannot imagine the response of the community if Herald of the Arclight does not get banned. I just don't think, like, I don't even want to start to imagine that. What happens to Yummy if Herald gets banned? Honestly, I think Yummy, if Herald is banned in its pure form, is completely fine. And a pretty interactive deck, honestly. People might say that it's gonna die, and maybe immediately it is gonna suffer, but I think there would still be like a place in the game for a deck like that. Like it wouldn't be a top tier meta deck immediately anymore, I think, but you could definitely just whip it out in some formats where it could just be this like super efficient 1-card combo deck with a lot of non-engine. And if people aren't playing board breakers, then I think it's okay. Like Herald is only important in Yummy because you can't really beat board breakers without it. You can play around Nib without Herald, I think. You can just keep one name in hand and that's okay. But like you cannot beat board breakers with Yummy consistently if you don't have Herald. So you could play Yummy in a world without Herald if the format is full of hand traps, because Yummy is pretty good into hand traps. Solfa would be the only real viable option unless Tri-Brigade is actually good. I've seen people talk about Tri-Brigade Yummy. I can't say much about it yet. But this card is also an interesting card in Burst Protocol. The Tri-Brigade Springans Kit. If you control Tri-Brigade or Springans monster other than Tri-Brigade Springans Kit, special summon this card from your hand. If it's sent to the grave, you can special summon a Tri-Brigade Springant or Fallen of Albaz or a monster that mentions it from your grave. It's a pretty decent card for... do they play this in Tri-Brigade Yummy, or is this mostly for Tri-Brigade? But yeah, maybe that's gonna force people to explore other versions of Yummy if Herald gets banned, and then they play like Sulfur. How does pure Yummy beat Mikanko in Master Duel? What do you mean? Is it, are you asking because you can't out like the Hooli lock, or what? You could play Silvera in it, which is the White Forest Synchro 6 that books the entire board. That's possible in Yummy. It's not bad. I played that at YCS Lille because it was good against Mud Dragon with Super Poly. The Fabled Cool Cat, thank you for the 10 gifties, W gifties. Thank you, appreciate you. Dude, I changed it this morning. I changed the overlay. I'm just now realizing. I changed the OBS overlay to not read every single gift sub individually anymore, and I forgot to refresh. Like I was supposed to refresh OBS, I didn't. And now I get punished. It's okay. Appreciate you. Thanks for preserving my honor. What do you mean? I recognize your name from Neuron. We played last weekend. I remember that. Which one was it? Which one are we? Which one was it? Was it round 9 Saturday? I think I have a feeling it was round 9. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Offek, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub as well. To Do Warrior. Awesome. Who won? No, I lost. I lost to Malice. Of course I did. I had a positive win rate against Malice in the weekend overall. I played against 3 Malice. I beat 2. I lost to 1, but the one I lost hurt a lot. But I couldn't really complain about it because I also misplayed in game 2. So it is what it is. Is Exosister meta with the new cards? Oh, dude, I remember that the Exosister cards are really good. But I don't want to speak too soon. It was the new Exceed. And what else? What else is an Exosister card here? Wasn't it a spell? Yeah, they got a continuous spell, right? Which of these is an Exosister card? This one looks like an Exosister card. Yeah, Batmater. Is it just those two? Or is there a monster as well? Yes? Okay. 2 level 4 Exosisters. If this card is Exceed summoned, you can activate this effect during the end phase of this turn. Set an Exosister spell trap from deck, grave, or banishment. When your opponent activates a normal spell, trap, or monster effect, you can detach all material, and if you do, that effect becomes add 1 card from your opponent's grave to their hand. Such a good card for Exosister. When this card resolves, add 2 Exosisters from your deck to your hand, then discard a card. You can target a face-up monster you control immediately. Normal summon an Exosister mentioned on it if a monster is sent to your opponent's grave. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if people messed around with it and like someone did well with it. It doesn't strike me as like... It doesn't strike me as like a new top tier deck. But I could see it topping like a regional or something for now. Because it's funny, but like these two new cards basically just make like the Exosister playstyle more consistent. Like the new Exceed makes it a lot easier to end on both traps, right? The question is like, ideally you want to keep this one around, right? You don't want to overlay it for Magnifica, right? Ideally you would want to summon this and Magnifica. It's a lot easier to trigger the little exos. Yeah. How strong do you think to play around Nibiru? One thing you could do is like just summon 4 times, like summon 2 level 4 bodies. That makes this, and then you summon 1 main deck monster, and then you call it a day. And then you have summoned 4 times, and on the opponent's turn, you can use this to force your opponent to give you a card from your grave, and then you rank up the other one into like Michaelis. Right? Which is okay, I guess, maybe. If you have both traps. You can end on Carmel, Michaelis, 2 traps, and it's a really strong board that plays around Nib. Yeah. So there's two problems. And one of them is not actually a problem, but a good thing. And that is that it still feels relatively breakable, right? It just feels like even if my opponent ends on this and both traps, and let's say even Michaelis or Magnifica on top of that, I feel like for a lot of decks, that is a playable game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Which is, in my opinion, a good thing, but in the competitive side of things, that is, of course, a downside when your deck doesn't auto-win when it goes first. That's something... It hasn't stopped decks from being meta before, though. Like, that is true for Draco Tail as well. Like, Draco Tail is a top-tier deck at the moment that the end board is usually still worth playing into. It's also true for, like, Yami, right? Pure Yami is not an auto-win end board. So, that alone is, like, maybe... You know, maybe it's a restriction, but it's not like a KO criteria. So the second problem is you still have to play all of the mediocre monsters for the most part, right? Like you have Martha, which is cracked, but then the other ones are all like, eh. Right? The rest of it is still like going to be a lot, because you're not going to open the good spell every time. Ime is pretty good. Yeah, the spirit monster is pretty good too. But there's a, like you because you have this thing where like they mention each other and stuff like that. You need like multiple of them, right? There's one of them. The one I like the most is the one that draws a card for obvious reasons. Which one is this? If you control another Exosister, you can draw a card. Yeah, this one's the best Exosister card. Sophia goated. Yeah. You only play 3 names? Which ones do you play? I haven't seen a deck list for Exosister with the new cards. You play... Please tell me Sophia is one of them. What if Dinka Bui wins a YCS with Exosister? Well, then we have confirmation it's a rogue deck. That would help the evaluation tremendously. So you definitely play Martha. Which one is mentioned on Martha? Ellis. So you have to play Ellis. And then Sophia is also mentioned. Yeah, you need Ellis because it's mentioned on a lot of them, right? Sophia mentions Irene. And Irene mentions Sophia. Okay. It sucks to not play all. It's just like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but this deck seems like it's like a relatively fair mid-range deck, while still being good at that, right? It seems like a relatively strong but fair mid-range deck, but here's the thing, right? It seems mid into Droll, because what I'm seeing here is a lot of searching, like, okay, the new rank 4 sets in the end phase, sure, we can make a rank 4 now that kind of plays around Droll, but, you know, Droll feels like a card that hits this deck relatively hard. Like I'm sure there's some hands where it's okay to get Drolled. I'm not saying it wins the game every time, like if you're playing Necros or something. But like there is gonna be hands where you have like multiple searchers in hand and you just get Drolled and you're like, oh well shit, now I'm playing the game with 3 cards and my deck was already like more fair anyways. So if I only have 3 cards available this turn, then I'm probably gonna get overrun, right? It also doesn't seem great into Perulia and or Fuva, right? Like you can, for the most part, just make one exceed and then you have to kind of pass because otherwise you're going to give too many draws to both of those cards, right? So yeah. Fuva is fine. Yeah. But like you start with Martha, you get Fuva'd. You give 2 draws to end on Carmel with a trap. Which is okay at best, right? Well, yeah, okay, weak is the wrong word. It's not like a huge weakness to Fuva. That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, it seems all right. It's just like in every way I think about this deck, it seems all right. It's gonna have a decent amount of non-engine space, but it's also not like the most efficient deck because it has engine requirements, right? A lot of them. Like honestly, kind of high amount for a mid-rangey / lower power deck, right? Like you play multiple trap cards, multiple main deck monsters that are engine requirements. Like it's kind of high up there in terms of the number of stuff you have to play, but would actually prefer to not draw, right? It seems like it has a decent end board. It's like average into Charmies. It's average into Droll. It's probably a little below average at going second. So all things considered, it's just like average in most aspects, I think, which isn't bad, but is also not like tier 1 material, I think. It's probably going to be like a playable low tier 2, maybe high tier 3, which is good enough for people to do well with it at like regionals. Maybe even someone can manage to top a YCS with it, but I don't expect it to be like a top tier deck, right? It's just average in too many different aspects, I think. This deck was bad even in Genesis, to be fair. That's not true. I thought it was pretty strong in Genesis when I played against it. It just wasn't the most popular because people figured, like, why would I play Exosister when I can do Onomat things for basically free and summon Rongo instead of Magnifica? But it was a decent deck in Genesis. That's not true. All right. What's your next favorite thing from this set that we haven't talked about yet? We've got rockets over here. We've got some Rescue Ace stuff, I think. Here, this is the Rescue Ace. The Rescue Ace stuff was very underwhelming, though, I think. Dark Lords are interesting. The Fur Hire cards are interesting. What else is there? Dragon Link. The Archmage Fusion. Oh, yeah. What is this? A non-finito, right? Hold on, let me close some tabs. Archmage non-finito. 2 Archmage monsters. Must be fusioned. Ah, yeah, that was the one with the alternative special summon condition. By discarding a spell trap and tributing a level 7 or higher Archmage from your hand or field. If this card is special summoned, you can set an Archmage spell trap from your deck. Once per opponent's turn, quick effect, you can fusion summon a fusion monster. So this card gets exponentially better when we get this card. This card, I hated this card when I read it for the first time because it's a counter trap that negates hand traps. If you control an Archmage monster, you can activate this card the turn it was set. When your opponent activates a monster effect, banish a fusion monster you control, blah, 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 negate the activation, and then you can return all spell traps if you control 3 different types. This card is insane with non-finito, because if you can already play the game, you can just set a counter trap with non-finito and then insulate your plays that way, which is nuts. Yeah. It also makes Finmel a starter, quote unquote, right? Because Archmage Finmel is a level 7. But like if you don't have an Archmage card, it's just a brick in your hand. But now you can just discard it, attribute it rather, with any spell trap, and then you can go on finito and it's a starter. So this card is really good for Archmage, honestly. It's really strong. I don't know if it's gonna help Archmage to unleash the full potential until we get Blazing Dominion. Do you think with Rockets coming, we can see Savage coming off the ban list? I can see it happening, but I personally don't want it to happen. Like, we literally, just today, we read the new, what's it called? We read a new Rocket card in the Limit Over collection that is circular plus Soul Charge for Rockets, which is insane. So please don't give Savage back, please. Once per opponent's turn, quick effect, you can fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters you control. That's neat. Yeah, non-finito is mainly here to make Archmage more consistent, I think. And also, once we get the counter trap, this is going to be very strong. Konami be like, you will play Medius and you will like it? I mean, how do you guys feel about the Medius lore so far in terms of the execution? If you compare it to how they've handled like previous lores, like Visas or Branded or like Diabellstar, I think so far it's been pretty cool. Because nothing has been completely broken, game breaking yet. Sounds subjective. I mean, it is very subjective, of course. Like some people, there's people out there who love Snake Eyes, and I don't agree with that. But like, that's why I'm trying to get a feel for it. Like, I think the Medius stuff is like, it started out on the weaker side. And now they are gradually increasing the power level to make them playable, I guess. Which I think is a good approach, because we saw previously how it was with Snake Eyes, where it started out really strong and then it got even stronger. And that, in my opinion, was a problem. Because, you know, if they were committed to it, they were committed to the bit, basically. They were like, okay, now we started doing Snake Eye Diabellstar as the lore. Now we have to add more cards to it because people like the lore decks. And then it just got out of hand because the deck just kept getting more and more broken. And so with the lore archetypes, I prefer if they start out a little weaker. I think I can see, especially with Elven Notes and Archmage, I don't think they're bad decks. Like, they're solid concepts that I kind of like. I think both of those decks have a cool concept, and if they gradually get stronger, I think that's fine. I think it's done well so far. I especially like that they don't just like all mash together into one deck, like with Snake Eye, Azamina, whatever, Slop. I think it's cool. I think they all kind of like go in similar directions, but they are all their own deck with their own unique identity, and I think that's cool. But of course, because it hasn't been meta yet, I think it doesn't have as many fans yet as people who played like Snake Eye for an entire year or Branded since 3 years, right? So eventually they're gonna have to find a way to make it meta, but hopefully without making it like giga broken and everywhere. But yeah. Dark Lord. If this card is normal or special summon a Dark Lord from your deck in defense. You control the Dark Fairy Fusion, banish this card from your grave, target a Dark Lord card or Forbidden Quick Play, add it to your hand in your grave. This deck is hard for me to evaluate, dude, because the last time people played Dark Lords is like maybe like 10 years ago. I don't know. Dark Lord support is insane for a mid deck. If this card is special, special summon 2 tokens. If this card's sent to grave, add a Dark Lord card or forbidden spell. This is the type of deck. This is the type of deck that I probably have to play to understand. The Dark Lord link can send Gulgalta from deck to grave so you can search Droplet. Yeah, okay, but that's not a very powerful interaction, I think, is something you have to understand. Like, because when you're going first, searching Droplet is like not great because you're searching, like, okay, it's not bad either, but you're searching a very mediocre endboard piece. And if you're going second, searching a Droplet as like step, I don't know, 5 of your combo is not great because Droplet is the type of card that you want to use usually as early as possible. There's no point starting to play into a board with the idea of, hey, if I can resolve a bunch of cards, I can search a forbidden Droplet. So yeah, you can search Forbidden Crown, which I think that's more powerful going first actually than Forbidden Droplet by a lot. But yeah. This card is nuts. Wait, no, not this one. Which one is you reveal this card in your hand, special a monster for hire from your hand, then special this card. If a card is added. No, this card is good. This card is good, but the one I meant was, I think, the spell Storm for Hire. If you control no monsters, special a level 4 or lower monster for hire from your deck, then if your opponent controls 2 or more monsters, you can special a monster for hire from your deck. Also, you can special for the rest of this turn except for hires. If your monster for hire would discard a card to activate this effect, banish this card from your grave instead of one of those cards. The only problem with those, I guess, is that it does lock you into for hires exclusively. Which can be a problem. I don't like the mix it with K9. Yeah, that's the thing, right? This is a good thing, by the way. It might sound negative, but once again, I think it's good that a card like this actually locks you into the archetype instead of saying like, oh, you can only summon links or whatever. Because this forces you, it does force you in a very specific direction with this deck. But that's maybe okay. Honestly, For Hire has some really, really good cards. Like, bro, Rex and Daddy Folgo are this card is insane. This card draws 3. I would love to play For Hire again at some point. I don't know exactly if there's going to be a version. Is this the only 2? No, they get a link monster as well, right? They get Keel, Shipwright, For Hire. If this card's link summoned, you can set a spell trap. Oh, they get a new field spell as well, I think. You can set a spell trap for hire or a Fandora the Flying Fortress from your deck. Also, you can't special for the rest of this turn except for hires. During your opponent's turn, you can banish this card from your grave, and if you do, special a monster for hire from your hand. Then if your opponent controls a monster with the highest original attack on the field, you can special summon a second such monster. You can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah, this card is also really good. Monsters gain 300. You can only use each effect. During your main phase, add a monster for hire from your deck to your hand and discard a card. If a face-up monster for hire you control is destroyed, you can special summon a monster for hire from your deck. These cards are good. Especially if you've played for hire before. These do a lot of cool things for the archetype. Second such monster, first time I've seen that. It's very important for hire specifically, which I guess is hard to tell without context because it doesn't matter for these cards. But a lot of the for hires have an effect if they see another for hire monster get special summoned. So it's very important that the way these are worded they summon one and then summon another, so that you summon the one you want to trigger first and then summon the other later. Yeah, Donner is the same way. Donner is the same thing, because with Donner it's like special summon a monster for hire from your hand or grave. Then if you tributed a link monster, you can special one more such monster. The important thing is then, because that means they happen after, like, each other. You're not summoning two monsters at the same time. You're summoning one and then summoning another. So for example, with when I played Runic for hire, it was always really important. You wanted to go Donner, summon Beat and Rex, or Beat and Donpa. You needed to summon the Beat first and then the other one, so that the Beat can search. But yeah. For hire is a very interesting deck with a really cool resource loop. And these new cards will help it. It's the kind of deck that I want to try eventually. I don't have the highest hopes for it, but it's a deck that I can see, like, I don't know, maybe bringing to locals once and trying to mess around with it. It's a cool archetype. I like it. What about the new Archfiends? I can't say much about them, honestly. I haven't... What is the new Archfiend? No, this is not. I don't know. I haven't... Of course, it's a huge set, and I haven't played around with every single one. And Archfiend is an archetype that I don't have much experience with. For hire, K9 looks good, even though I know you don't want to play K9 in it. Per hire K9, do you just not play this card then? Because you can only activate it when you have no monsters, but it also locks you into per hires. Because this, in my opinion, is like one of the reasons, like, this is one of the coolest cards in the deck. This is the kind of card I would want to play. But I guess in these like hybrid variations, you just can't do that. This is a great example, by the way, for making a strong archetypal card that isn't easy to splash with other archetypes. Because this card says if you control no monsters, and also you can only summon for hires for the rest of the turn. Meaning, if you do combo with other archetypes beforehand, you can't activate it anymore because you control monsters. But if you start with this, then you can't do the other thing anymore. So it's like, if they want to, they can prevent people from doing like hybrid stuff. Is what this card basically shows. It just feels like they deliberately do this sometimes and then just leave it out other times. But only the second special summon locks you on that card, not the first? No. The way wording works on Yu-Gi-Oh cards is also always happens. There's no way to prevent the also from applying, as far as I know. It's like, I think SP Little Knight is a good example on this. SP Little Knight has the same text, I believe. Hold up. SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight says, target a card on the field, banish it. Also, your monsters cannot attack directly this turn. If the target is gone, of course, if you negate the effect, you can still attack directly. But that's besides the point. If, let's say, you target a card and then your opponent gets rid of it beforehand, like, I don't know, target Arthalion, your opponent chains 5 mana and fuses it away, you still cannot attack directly this turn because the also still applies. If it said, and if you do, your monsters cannot attack directly this turn, then it wouldn't apply. But also always happens. So this is the same here. Like, you're resolving the effect and also happens even if the part right in front of it didn't happen. Yeah. Lawyer game. Lawyer game. Yeah, there's a lot in here, actually. It's like the more I'm talking about this set, the more I feel like it's definitely an improvement in terms of the quality. And there isn't much in here that, like, that seems unfun, I guess, is one way to put it. There's a lot of, there's strong cards in here, but I'm not looking at it, and I'm like, there's no, like, yeah, there's no really toxic shit in here, I feel like, which is cool. I'm looking forward to this set. I think it's genuinely a cool set. K9 Ripper M is an interesting card as well, but I'm not sure how much play it's actually gonna see, because it's a thing they haven't done yet. They haven't really experimented with this, but this is a K9 card that has an actual drawback on it, which is none of the others do that. It inflicts piercing battle damage. If this card is special summoned by a K9 spell trap effect, you can target 2 cards in your opponent's graveyard or banishment, shuffle them into the deck. When your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, you can detach 2 materials, negate that effect, then destroy all cards on the field. So you might think like, oh, another monster negate in K9, but the reason why I think this card is interesting is because it wipes the entire board, not just your opponent's, but your entire board as well. So it's not something you can really use to negate hand traps. I mean, of course, in theory, you can negate Nibiru with this card, but you would lose your entire board in the process. Even itself, it doesn't say all other cards on the field, it does pop itself as well. So this is an interesting take on this sort of thing, because it's significantly better going second than going first, right? Like, summon, this is basically impossible to summon when you're going first. Like, it just doesn't make sense, because if you use its effect, you blow up your own board. Same thing with ranking up into it on the opponent's turn. Like, I guess you can do that at the end, like when your opponent is starting to play through your board. Like, eventually you summon this, and then if they keep playing, you just wipe everything. But then you still have to, like, rebuild the board next turn. But what this does do is, like, give K9 an interesting option to go into when they go second, which I think is fine. And honestly, the main reason I like this card is because I don't think any of the K9 hybrids are gonna really play this card. Like, why would you make room in this in, like, I don't know, K9 Vanquish Soul extra deck? Like, you just don't have room. Like, this card is, of course, worse than Ripper. I think it's worse than Werewolf, and it's also worse than Jax. So I don't think you would be playing 4 K9, like 4 different K9 options in your extra deck. You just don't have the room and the luxury for that in most K9 hybrids. So for the most part, as far as I'm concerned, this card is mostly good going second and mostly good in pure K9. So that's good design in my book. This is what more of the other cards should look like with K9, honestly. So and it's honestly, it's a generic level 9, so that's decent. Like, you can see this card being played in other decks. Like, you go second with a deck that has level 9 monsters, which, I don't know, you guys are saying Generator. I have no idea if Generator is gonna see any play, but if there is a deck that just has level 9s, this is an option. It's not that bad. Especially going second. Radiant Typhoons. Oh yeah, right. It's a wind rank 9 for Radiant Typhoon. Do they play that? No, they don't. Unfortunate. See, it didn't even make the cut in Radiant Typhoon, unfortunately. But this deck could. This deck could play it. Yeah, it could. Runic with Sleipnir. Sure, theoretically, but where's the second level 9 coming from? Because you're not summoning 2 Sleipnirs. I guess over the course of multiple turns you could, but not really. Right? Not really. Be right back. And then we have Peeps on in like 30 minutes, by the way, for Enneacraft, because I'm planning to bring Enneacraft to locals tomorrow. We're going to build it together with Peeps, which also means, because Peeps is joining the stream relatively late because of time zone differences, today's stream is probably going to be a little bit longer than usual, however long it takes to yap about Enneacraft a little bit. But I'm going to grab some water real quick. I saw Charlie on the way. So it took longer. All right. I think that's enough about burst protocol. I think I have a rough idea. So just the TLDR basically of what we've been talking about in case you weren't here. Of course, there's a little bit more to this set because I didn't want to go through every single card right now, but I think Branded Dracotail is a top tier meta contender no matter what happens on a potential ban list. And the Albaz support even might make pure branded like an option again. I think Radiant Typhoon is a solid deck, honestly. I'm not sure if it's like top tier, but it's pretty solid. I'm a big fan of Forbidden Crown. I'm a big fan of the level 7 Synchro as well. I don't believe in Spenta. I see its potential, but I don't believe it's going to be optimal in most decks to play Spenta, so I'm not that hyped. I feel like Spenta is a little bit on the overhyped side. I think this card is crazy. And I think there's a couple of interesting archetypes that I want to mess around with once the set comes out, if I have the time for it. That's always a problem. Like there's always archetypes for me that I look at and I'm like, I really want to play around with that. Like For Hire, for example, is one of those archetypes in this set. And then sometimes I just don't end up having the time for it. But yeah. Other interesting things, you know, the new Tri-Brigade Springance kit is pretty good. The Topologic is a solid card. There's some potential in here. It's a strong set overall, I would say. Especially, I mean, it's not like a game, it's not like a complete game changer. But it is like pretty compared to what we had in 2025 in terms of core set strength. I think it's pretty good. It's like a 7 out of 10, I would say, for a core set, which is okay. But like it's just coming off of like 2025, where in terms of power, a lot of the core sets were more like 5 out of 10 max, right? This was something interesting that I saw that they started doing on Road of the King. So I wanted to take a quick look at it before we jump into Enneacraft with Peeps. We have a little bit of time. I think this should be perfect to fill the gap. They're doing a 2023 to 2032 decade in review on Road of the King right now. And Road of the King, of course, you guys know that this is the site that we always take a look at the OCG metagame reports every every few weeks. So they have all the data because they keep posting all of the decks. So what they've started doing, because of course 2032 is still a long time away, they want to do a full decade of the Yu-Gi-Oh metagame and like follow all the way through in terms of like which decks are popular and so on and so forth. I think it's interesting. So this is a work in progress to be completed in 2033. Yeah. Best performing decks. The decks with the highest amount of tops for each format are shown with the percentage of the top cuts that they've achieved. So This goes from January 2023, and it's always basically always 3 months is one format, because that like the OCG has like a little bit more set schedule on ban lists and formats and whatnot, but like we can see that, of course, 2023 started with 27% Tearlaments as the most popular deck. Then we went to 14.5% Pearly, 20% Rescue Ace, 18.2% Rescue Ace. Then we're starting to enter the Year of the Fire. We got Fire King at 27%, Tenpai at 17.1%, Snake Eye at 20%. Ryzeal, actually, interestingly enough, the most percentage out of everything in the last 3 years was Ryzeal in October 2024 with 34.6%, even overtaking 27% of Tearlaments in January 2023, which is kind of crazy. Now, this is just for the OCG, and it's also worth mentioning that I believe in January, we can actually check, hold up. OCG metagame report. 01 2023. Which version of this? Because this is not full power Tearlament, I don't think. Oh, it's pretty high power level though. Okay, this is the metagame report here. This is the metagame report. But this one says 21.3 Tearlaments. Is this the same thing then? 27.4. Nah. But at the time, this is what Tearlament looked like. This is what Tearlament looked like at the time. Oh, this is without Kit Kolos already. Oh, okay. I looked at the main deck and I was like, that's still incredibly broken, but that's after Kit Kolos. Yeah. So, yeah, Ryzeal 34.6% was even more popular than that, but I do think Tearlaments had even higher numbers the year prior. Then Malice took over 24.1%. Then Holy Sue came out 20.6%. Then Justice Hunters came out and Yummy took over. And right now it's Dracotail. But there's a few things you can see from this graph. You can see like decks like Tyr, Fire King, and Ryzeal were more dominant within their respective formats than others. This is, first of all, one of the things why I think this is an interesting thing. Like, you can see, like, okay, we all know that, like, at some point, like, Pearly was a popular deck in the OCG, but it's good to see that, or it's interesting to see that it never reached numbers like Ryzeal did or Tearlaments did. And right now, as of October 2025, Dracotail is the most dominant deck in the OCG, but this is the lowest representation for the best performing deck out of the last 3 years. Which means that you could argue at the moment the OCG is in the least dominated format since 2023, right? Since Ishizu Tyr, basically. Yeah. Okay. Meta flow. Ooh, that's interesting. The meta flow of top performing decks. Okay, Pearly started out as number 3 and then jumped to 1 because Tearlament got eliminated after the early 2023. And then then Rescue Ace came out and jumped to number 1. Now, was it Rescue Ace that came out, or was it Rescue Ace just got support? What was it? Was it just Preventer came out? Probably. It's funny. It's funny Tearlaments came back here. I'm just now noticing this. Tearlaments came back for one last ride in July at 12%. Preventer and Emergency, yeah. And this should be around the time that they also got Diabell Star and original Sinful Spoils, right? Because that's also when Fire King came out and Fire King started to enter the format. And they used OSS as a consistency tool for Fire Kings as well. I feel like. And then it was Tenpai release and Voiceless Voice. One thing I'm interested in is like which deck was meta for the longest. That's why I wanted to take a look at this, because we can see here like Branded was never the top tier deck, but it was part of the breakdown for like 3 formats in a row. Hurley had 3 formats in the row, and even in one format it was the most represented. Rescue Ace was the most represented deck for 2 formats, but then it vanished completely. Fire King was here for only 3 formats, which felt longer, honestly. But I guess it was... do we count Fire King and Snake Eye as the same deck? Not really. They were somewhat similar. But not exactly the same. They coexisted for a while, and then people just started playing more Snake Eye, less Fire King in it. But, yeah. Okay. Ryziel was here for 3 formats. So far, it's all been 3 formats. Never been longer than 3 formats. Yeah, nothing had more than 3 so far. Ryziel, 1, 2, 3. Tenpai had 3 as well. Yubel had 2. Ryziel, 1, 2, 3. Malice, okay. Malice, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is... That makes sense, but it's also something I guess that's worth mentioning, because like there's one particular argument and I want to talk about that real quick. Whenever I talk about Malice, there's always some commenters who say like, "Oh, why are you so mad about Malice? Why do you still want Malice hit? The deck has never won a YCS." Which is true for the TCG, by the way. But I think one of the things that's worth pointing out is that Malice was always here. Like Malice is, and this is also true for the OCG, like Ryziel was maybe more dominant for this one format, but then Ryziel also went away and Malice just never went. Malice just always there, and it's the same in TCG right now. Like Malice, I went to 2 regionals this past weekend, and we've gotten so many new archetypes since. You know, we got Draco Tail, Vanquish Soul, K9, Yummy, whatever, you name it. The deck I played against the most at those 2 regionals was Malice. It was my most played deck on these two days was against Malice. So it's not just about like, oh, it hasn't won a YCS. That is a very, very narrow way to look at this sort of thing. Like with every other deck, there's literally, I don't think, I'm looking through it, there's no deck that appears more than 3 times, except for Malice. Like Malice literally started out at 14% in October 2024. 1 year later, 1 entire year later, it's at the same percentage, basically. It went from 14% to 13.3. That is kind of crazy. But yeah, okay. Blue Eyes was here for 2 formats, and then it vanished. Orcust was here just once. Memento was here once. Vanquish Soul was there for 2 formats. Yummy was there for 3. But honestly, Yummy, on the next one, Yummy is probably going to be gone because they limited Snatchy. So I doubt we're going to see Yummy again. But yeah, Draco Tail is going to get its 3rd appearance next time. Mitsurugi is going to get its 2nd appearance. Sky Striker is going to get its 3rd appearance on the next update, I guess. Oh yeah. I thought that was interesting. I thought, because like whenever I look at the OCG format or even the TCG format, I'm always so caught up in like the right now. Very rarely you lean back and take like a look at the grand picture and like where we've come from in the last couple of years. And there's a few things like the metagame breakdown, like the decks that are meta right now in the OCG, right? Draco Tail, Yummy, Malice, Mitsu, Sky Striker. Even though, like, I don't like Malice, I would still think that overall, that's a pretty cool breakdown. Like, I like Draco Tail, I like Yummy, I like Pure Mitsu, I like Sky Striker. If I compare that to Tearlaments, Tri-Brigade, Pearly, Emancipator, Kashtira, or Pearly, Mathmech, Emancipator, Kashtira, Super Heavy Samurai, if we scroll up here, like, go back 2 years, I would say we've come a long way from 2 years ago in terms of archetype design. Or you look at Fire King, Voiceless Voice, Snake Eye, Tenpai Branded, or Tenpai, Snake Eye, Yubel, Fire King, Voiceless Voice, right? Like, if you look at the development that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has gone through between 23, 24, and the end of 25, it's massive. It's the direction is good, you know? It doesn't, not everything is perfect, but like, it's so much better now than it used to be. But yeah. It's an interesting project, and I hope they keep doing it, and we might take a look at it again in, like, I don't know, 2 years or whatever when they do the next one, or 3 years, and maybe reminisce. I hope in 3 years we look back at this and we're like, yeah, it's gotten even better now, and not the other way around. I hope that's what we're thinking in 3 years, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I hope Malice isn't here in 3 years. But if the trend continues, then Malice is going to have like 12% in 3 years. Malice fell off already in the last report. I mean, yeah, it better do. What was the last? 4.6. Yeah, it's falling off. So it's actually, regarding Malice, it's kind of funny because I went to these 2 regionals, and like I said, I played against Malice the most in these 2 days, and like, it was very funny, or also sometimes difficult, getting used to like interrupting Malice in TCG compared to Master Duel, because the deck is of course strong in both formats, but it's so different in TCG. Like, in some ways it's so much stronger in TCG, when in others it's so much weaker. Like, the main deck in the TCG is so much stronger, right? Because they have 3 Chessy Cat, 2 copies of the Field Spell, 2 copies of White Rabbit. So the main deck is more consistent and stronger, but the extra deck is of course relatively neutered, like no Splash Mage, no Link Decoder, but also Red Ransom is there, which is kind of an interesting dynamic. I don't know. It's hard to say if, like, I don't know. I'm trying. Okay, I'm not gonna give you my own opinion on this, but I genuinely am interested in whether you think Malice deserves another hit on a ban list. Because yeah. I feel like it's at a pretty high power level, all things considered. I wonder what they're gonna do to it, though. I kind of like Malice cards. I just wish they didn't have Allied Code. I mean, I wouldn't hate Allied Code to go, but I don't think that's likely. I don't think they're going to ban Allied Code. Also, it's not gonna, like, as much as I hate the generic negate endboard piece, like banning allied code doesn't really do anything, because they just do terahertz instead and send D-save worm, and then, well, okay, yeah, now you have a spell trap omni instead of you have a spell trap negate instead of an omni. It's just a card advantage, man. One card full board, draw a zillion. I mean, yes and no. Like, I understand that sentiment, and I was one of the first people to complain about one card combos when they started doing them way more often. I've kind of come to terms with one card combos these days, because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't want to fight a lost fight. Like, one card combos are not gonna go anywhere in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, that's just how the game works now, right? Like, they've just chosen to make it so that basically any deck can do a lot of things with just one card, which has positives as well. You know, it makes decks more consistent. It makes it so you brick less often. Like, you get to play more games because you're not required statistically to draw multiple card combos. That part is kind of fine. I've gotten to terms with it, rather, right? I think the problem is that, like, Malice kind of does everything way too well, right? It has way too much follow-up, way too much resiliency because it's got a bunch of extenders, and the end board is not okay. Like, that's basically where I stand on one card combos, is like, I'm okay with a one card combo as long as the end board is beatable. Like, if my opponent does a yummy one card combo and they end on like Arclight, Surprise, and Snatchy with a level 1, I'm okay with that. That's fine. But if it's the same one card combo in Yamimitsu and there's like a Murakumo negate, the trap card, prayers, and an IP Masquerena on top of all that, it's not okay anymore to do that with one card. So I'm okay that one card combos exist. I just think there needs to be a limit to it, and I think Malice is completely off that limit. Like, Malice is completely off the charts with what it does with one card. Also, why am I arguing with Peeps when you said, can we do 4:30 because you have a work meeting? I said 4 p.m. You said no later. I have a work meeting, and now you're in my chat. I gotta finish my food before we start. Well, I'm just asking. My meeting ended early. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Eating lunch at 4? Yeah, it's kind of late today. Can you show your Draco Tail deck later? I'm uploading it on YouTube tomorrow. So the plan for the rest of the week. By the way, I made a command. I made a command so it's more clear to people when I'm streaming, because I changed my streaming schedule. In a regular week where nothing happens, I'm gonna be live Tuesday through Friday now, and then also throw in an additional Sunday stream. So it should be 5 days a week, if there's no events or anything like that. You know, if there's no special events or something like that that I have to attend, or other things, or offline recordings or whatever, I'll be live 5 days a week from now on. At least that's the plan. I'll see how that goes. You know, I've usually been doing 4 days a week, but we'll see. Was Saturday just not cutting it? I enjoyed doing Saturday, Sunday, but I didn't want to make it a regular part of the schedule, because it just turns out I'm gone on too many weekends. And I just didn't enjoy like having the I had two weekdays and 2 weekend days streams planned. And then if I was traveling to a tournament, I would skip 2 streams. And then I feel like people were like expecting streams and they weren't happening. And I didn't like that. So I want to keep 1 weekend day because I think it's good for people that can't watch during the week to have 1 weekend stream, you know, but I don't want to like have 2. Does that make sense? All right. Sunday is also the better day for most people. That's what I was thinking, yeah. That is what I was thinking. Okay, so look at this beautiful whale. Let me get Peeps in here if he's ready. And then we're going to talk about Enneacraft a little bit because I want to play Enneacraft at locals tomorrow. And I've seen Peeps has been messing around with it a little bit, so I want to get some input on it. Let me call up Peeps real quick. Hello.
Hello.
What's up, gamer?
Oh my gosh, this deck is like so fun.
Dude, I knew when I read these cards, I knew that I was gonna like these, but I also knew that you were gonna like these.
So many people clocked it. It's so funny. They were like, no, you're gonna love these. I remember I made this tweet as soon as they got revealed. I was like, oh, they're pendulums and they place counters. Not reading them. They're terrible. I just never read them. And it turns out they're one of like it's like one of my favorite decks they've released in a couple years. So I love it. I actually, so some background for both you and the chat. I just was at the Rosemont Regional this past weekend. It's Rosemont, Illinois. And it was 309 people, I think was the initial count, which was a 9-round tournament. And I ended up getting 30th with this, which sucks because I was X2 up until the last round and then caught a double loss. So it's an invite earning record because it was 48 invites, but so close to like a top 8.
What is that, 6-3?
6-3, yep.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, though. Like, to be
fair,
I know. That really is not that bad.
I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. For a deck with a deck like this, I'm very happy with that result.
So what I did see was your list that you posted on Twitter, which you posted it was 4-0, so it's probably a locals list.
Yes, that one was my locals list.
Yeah, so I want to pick your brain about the deck a little bit in general, because like I've read all the cards. I understand like on a surface level what the deck is trying to do. But I read some of the comments you made, and you said things like this deck breaks boards with its engine very well and stuff like that. And I just want to try to wrap my head around that concept.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when I talk about breaking boards with this deck, I talk about like removing pieces and getting into a state where you are now in control of the board, right? The big board breaking cards are like all of your big guys pretty much do everything when it comes to breaking boards. And the biggest board breaker is Isa Leon.
Yeah.
So Isa Leon is super good in combination with other cards like Whale, because whenever they respond to something you do, Isa Leon flips up and non-targeting bounces 3, and that could include your own cards. So when you start off a turn into their board, you go, activate a little guy to set multiple. And then if you have something like Whale plus Leon, you can go, if they try to respond after you set up your big guys as you're playing into the board, you activate some effects to search. They can try to respond to you in certain ways. Then you go Whale effect to negate, and then they activate something to negate the Whale, and then you activate Leon. So
So
a
you're
lot of
trying,
times
basically what you're trying to say is you're trying to set up
yeah.
these two face down on your
Yes.
board before you commit to like more stuff.
Yes. When you're going into a board, you are throwing your big guys face down into a board and then trying to play. And set up like the field spell with the scales and everything. So
Right.
it's just, it changes your order of operations,
Right.
depending on what you're playing into, which is really weird with this deck. Like you have to know what you're playing into a lot of the time. If you're playing into Draco Tail, like Flame is obviously Draco Tail Flame is a very good card against like a pen deck because your pendulum scales are how you advance your game state. So they're going to try and negate your pen scales with Flame. So if you have something like Whale plus Leon or Pixia plus Leon, that's how you're going to bait your opponent into getting your Leon to resolve. And Pixia, by the way, incredible card. Like that card is so good.
Okay, so real quick, Leon is if they chain to your thing, then you flip it up and bounce 3.
Yes.
Mar is if they do anything on your turn, you flip it up and negate it.
Anything on the field on your turn.
Yeah. Pixia is if they target one of your cards.
Yes.
And
flip it up to negate it and rip one.
Negate it and banish a random card from your opponent's hand forever. Okay.
Face down. Yep.
And Architail is when they try to destroy something, right?
I love this card. Yeah, so this is the one that a lot of people disagree with me on.
Yeah.
I think Tail is insane because in the reality of going to a tournament, you are not going to queue into Draco Tail and Mitsurugi every round. Like, yes, Tail has downsides. But for the cards that Tail is good against, when it resolves, it feels absolutely unbelievable. Like, the cards that I was negating were like Cookie and Fallen in the Virtuous pop all the time. And then as soon as Tail flips up, your board is protected from destruction for the rest of that turn, and they take 900 every time somebody goes to for forever after it flips face up. They get taxed 900 damage every time a monster goes to their grave. And that's per copy of Tail. So if you get multiple Tails flip up, then they take 1800 every time something goes to the grave, which is massive. Like that's so much damage.
How often did you even like do damage via attacking?
It comes up. It comes up because the battle phase can be pretty relevant. Especially if you're going second. Like when you're going second and breaking through the board with like all the big guys and Eyes of Leon and all that, you're mainly not getting to the field spell because you're using a lot of your searches on things that are going to break their board. So you bounce pieces with Eyes of Leon. You have a bunch of guys set. And then like you'll work to get to the next battle phase. And then one important thing, the reason the battle phase is so important is because when you are battling into things that you have set with Whale, they get flipped face up. So
that gets countered, right?
Yes, that is still going to put counters on there.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's you do battle damage pretty often, and that's another reason why Tail is so good is because when you're doing battle damage with your guys and you're killing them with Tail, they're taking an extra 900 every single time. So it's just like, oh my god, that card is so good. And it stops like Gulamel. Like they if they try to Gulamel you at all and you just raw open to the tail, that's really strong.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. It's just like I think people, I guess it's overshadowed a little bit by the fact that it like Murakumo gets chain blocked or Urgula or Pan get chain blocked, and then you just can't negate those specific cards. So it does have outplay potential, and I 100%. Would say it is probably the worst out of the 4 big ships, just in theory.
I would say Tail is the worst going second. Leon is the worst going first. But you want them at max because the critical mass of engine is just so beneficial for the deck's gameplay pattern.
So what would you say is like the strategy going first? How am I aiming to combine these to make it like the best possible end board, especially if I don't know what I'm playing against?
Okay, so when you are going first, let's talk about the little guys.
Yeah.
And I think the easiest way to conceptualize the little guys is just to call them by their color, which is blue, green, yellow, red. It's just easiest to think of them that way and keep track of what you've activated.
Okay, this is red then. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So
Kind of yellow though.
I know. It's the sunshine. It's
Yeah.
he's got a nice coat of paint on him.
Okay, so just for context for everyone, I don't know if everyone's familiar with Enneacraft, but on all of these, the scale effect is the exact same, which is also true for the big guys. They have the small ones have their own pendulum effect, and the big ones have another one. But all the small ones are like a version of Qliphort Scout, basically, right? It's a hard once per turn, pay 900, reveal 3 Enneacrafts from your deck, and add one of them to your hand.
Yeah. Yep. So when you are playing this deck, you think about your like gameplay loop, right?
Yeah.
The first scales you activate are going to be the ones you shuffle back with Rebirth.
To draw cards with Rebirth.
Yes. And then the next ones you activate are going to be the ones that you have on your end board, because the gameplay loop is activate a scale, get the field spell, activate another scale, get Rebirth, get Rebirth, and then you Rebirth, shuffle any names you don't need back, draw, activate the next little guy, add a big guy, activate the next little guy, add a big guy, field spell, bounce your scales back, and then you set the little guys and the big guys that you have at the end of it. And I know that was a lot of words, but basically,
no, I get what you're saying, because you're gonna use 2 to search 2, and then you're shuffling those into draw cards. Then you use 2 to search 2 again, and then those are the ones you bounce back to your hand, so they're gonna be on your field.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Correct. So the way to think about it is, if you are playing blind, the worst ones are blue and green. Those are the weakest.
Okay, real quick. Blue is flip, negate the effects of a monster your opponent controls until the end of this turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect that includes an effect that special summons, you can change this face down card to face up defense, and then add an Enneacraft card from your deck to your hand. They all add one, right?
Yes,
they have different conditions to flip themselves, but they all add one, and they all have a flip effect. That's different.
Yes, exactly.
And this one, I can imagine this one being the worst, because the negate is always chainlink 1.
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah, that's really annoying.
There is one matchup where that card is absolutely insane, and it's Malice. Because they go activate Malice and Underground, banish Dormouse. Dormouse effect is special. You chain that card to flip it face up and add. New chain, that will activate as chain link 1, target the Dormouse, and then it's negated. Like,
it's just a weird card in modern Yu-Gi-Oh context, because if you respond to a card that special summons a monster, that monster is probably going to have an on-summon trigger.
Correct.
And that's just like, I don't know, I activate Rahu, and then they summon Arthalion, and then you are chainlink 1 to try and negate the Arthalion, but the Arthalion is going to be chainlink 2 or higher, and then it's going to resolve before you negate it. It's like the mourner on your own turn kind of problem.
100%. It sucks. Yeah. I don't know why they did it that way, but whatever. It's it sucks, but that's why it's the weakest one, and there are some matchups where it matters, but
it's also kind of awkward, because its flip condition is like so easy to be met.
I know.
Like, you would be able to do this in basically any matchup. Like, this would solve the Murakumo problem if it wasn't mandatory.
100%.
Because you would just flip it up in response to Mitsurugi Ritual, and then if they go for, and I guess then they just have to not summon Murakumo and then summon it later or whatever. But like, yeah.
Now, a good thing with this card, because its condition is so easy to meet, if you are saying, like, if you're thinking you want Leon as part of your end board, and they, have a lot of card effects that include an effect of special summon, if their monsters that they're summoning have an on-summon effect, they are going to be responding to a card you control.
Yeah.
So you go Tremarria Chainlink 1 to negate, they activate their on-summon effect, that will meet the condition of Leon to bounce multiple cards.
Yeah.
Then Akneria, which is the green one, is the graveyard interaction.
Yeah, flip, shuffle up to 3 cards from graveyard banishment into the deck. And its condition to flip itself is when your opponent activates a card or effect in the graveyard banishment.
Yep. So that's also pretty good against Malice. There's other matchups where that card could be beneficial as well. Thing to note with green is that it pairs very well with yellow. Yellow is the hand rip. And yellow activates. Yellow will activate to hand rip a card face up until the end phase. But if you pair that with green, you can shuffle what you banished off of yellow back into the deck.
Yeah, that's cool.
So then they lose it forever. Yeah. And then red is far and away the best one. That is how you play around Droll. It's how you play around Ash. It's how you play around like it's good into boards. It's
Right.
good on your end board. It is just the one that you're always going to want all the time. And if you open it, your hand feels much better than if you didn't. It's the Man-Eater bug, and if your opponent activates a card in the hand, it responds to flip itself face up and add one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when you resolve a chain, you get drolled, and then you flip it up to add a missing piece, and you make a little half board off of what you added off red. So
is the first
that
search
card's very
usually
useful.
the field spell to play around Droll?
Depends on your hand.
Right.
Just depends on your hand. If you have the field spell plus release, that's really good because you can use you can search for a different name and then use get drolled, use release to place a name that you want in your other pen scale, and then you field spell bounce it back.
Mm-hmm.
So release plus field spell can play around that way. Obviously, the deck's weakness in a droll is pretty undeniable. I'm not going to try and say that
awful into Droll, which is also why like you're playing the D Fissure mainly for that, right? I mean, it's a good card in this deck in general, I guess, because you don't care about it at all. But I think it's mainly to cover for Droll. Like the bottom four cards here. Did you play this list at the regional as well, or did you make changes?
Main deck was exactly the same. Side deck was different.
Okay.
And the side deck was the only difference in the side deck was instead of the Karma Cannons, I played 2 Soul Drain and a Shifter.
Ooh, even better.
I know the Shifter sucked actually, which we should probably talk about the spells to explain why Shifter sucks so bad. But the Soul Drain was for Mitsurugi, and obviously any other deck that it's good against. But
Soul Drain makes Arcatail really good against Mitsu, right? Because they can no longer chain block the thing. Yeah, that's fair.
100%. And that's why D-Fissure is so good against Draco Tail. Like it plus Archatail is insane because they can't activate like Pan Urgula to pop. They have to use like Star Source Dragon to try and destroy the D-Fissure, and then you have Tail. Like I don't know why the discussion around Tail is so weird because everybody is like, this is how Tail gets played around, therefore it's bad. But there's other cards that you have alongside it that can make the Tail more beneficial.
I mean, okay, to be fair, you said D-Fissure plus Arcatail is really good against Draco Tail. It's like this is Arcatail and D-Fissure is doing 99% of the work.
True. But Arcatail protects your D-Fissure.
Fair. Okay, sure.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just like the card a lot. I'm very biased towards it because it just has won me so many games as I've been playing it.
Yeah. There's one. Actually, no. I'll ask that question later because I think right now we still need to like kind of conceptualize what this deck is trying to do.
Oh, right.
Because I'm like, okay, so let's say I have two. I don't know what one card combo isn't really realistic because like you play so many engine cards, you're bound to have like 2. But like if I have, let's say, 2 of the searchers, any 2, because it doesn't really matter which ones you start with most of the time. You said I want to use the red one in my second wave of scales so I can bounce it back to the hand. So let's just assume I have, let's say I have blue and red, right? What do I do with blue and red? Disregarding of what the other cards are.
So if you have blue and red, I would start off your turn by normal setting red.
In order to interact with anything from that they activate from hand. Okay, so I'm putting it face up, but it's face down. All right. And then I scale this thing.
And then when you use, if you only have one scale alongside the red, I would make your next search the next name. So you have blue and red, you're going to use blue's search on green.
Right.
And then you're going to place green, and then you're going to green effect for Reverth.
Which I have to do clear up the scales.
Yes.
And in this instance, if I activate Reverth to draw 2, I would have to draw another scale, otherwise I'm done.
Correct. That's why we're leaving release in the deck, right? So if you're at the point where you need to draw into another little name to continue searching, you want release left in deck so that you have more potential things to hit to allow you to keep playing.
Oh yeah, I forgot to switch scenes. Here's the board chat.
Technically, it is safer if you have red plus a scale, to not use red as a normal set and keep it in hand as a scale. But the way I played it, I always just like, I have so many little guys plus release that I can draw. I'm just going to set red to.
I mean, it's also it's harder to think about it this way, because I think just a 2-card combo is very unlikely in this deck, because you're playing just like, what is it, 33 engine? Like you're playing every Enneacraft at 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, the big ones are not going to add anything immediately to your ability to search stuff, but they are more draws with Rebirth if you don't want them right now.
Correct.
But yeah.
Yep. So you Rebirth, shuffle back the 2 scales, and then you hope to draw into a name, and then you use another searcher to get the next name, last searcher to get the field spell, or if you already have the field spell, you get another big name. It's just the pieces that you need.
So I would do all this, then I would use these to bounce these 2 back. But then I would have 2 of this on the field right now, right? If I did it this way.
Yes. So you have to think that the flip effects are not once per turn.
Right. Okay. So you would rather have 2 of the same, because I could have done, this could have been a red one, right? Instead.
Yes.
Like if I have a red one on the field,
you could have used. That's a good point, actually. Yeah. You could have gotten a different name. You could have used red as your first wave of searcher, then ended with green, blue, red on your board.
Okay.
Yep.
And so it's basically just like you're trying to go through all the 4 little ones every time. Yes. And you're just trying to assemble as many big ones as you can get a hold of, basically.
Yep. You want to go through all 4 little ones.
Yeah.
Each turn.
Right.
And you want to make sure that you resolve Rebirth and Release on your first turn.
Right.
Because their graveyard effects are super, super important.
Yeah, Rebirth gives you the ability to flip up the whale in the opponent's turn, or anything really, and Release is follow-up.
Yep,
right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's always...
If you draw into multiple copies of Rebirth, you want to make sure that you set the additional copies that you draw, or if you open an additional copy, you want to set the other ones that you do before the end of the turn, because you want them, hopefully they do, but if they try to destroy your face down in anticipation that it's like a karma cannon or something, that will destroy the Rebirth, and then Rebirth's graveyard effect is not once per turn.
Yeah.
So that just makes it so you can like search a whale with a little guy, and then they summon the first time, you go Rebirth Engrave to set the whale that you searched. And then they special again. You can use the other Rebirth Banish to flip the whale during their turn.
Right. Yeah. And if I have extra searches, because I've drawn a bunch of the little guys, which order am I prioritizing the big ones in for my first turn? If I don't know the matchup.
I have always tried to end on Whale, Pixie, a Tail.
So Leon is... You think Leon is the worst one going first?
Going first, yes. I think it is the worst one.
Because your opponent is not going to chain to anything you do?
If you're ending on blue, you can get Leon, which is really good. But if you're not ending on blue, Whale, Pixie, a Tail is just really, really strong. That was what most successful for me in testing.
Right.
But if you're ending on blue,
in theory, all of the flip effects are mandatory.
Correct.
So if you can ever flip one of them up before your opponent is about to trigger something, you can always kind of force them to play into Leon, no?
Yeah, that is true. You can.
But I guess it's just the most likely with blue, because that's when they try to summon, which usually has a trigger. Whereas if they go like... when they activate an effect, Engrave or Banishment, that might not have a trigger following it.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
When they add a card from deck to hand, that usually doesn't have a trigger after happening. Okay. But what is the actual disruption then? Like, are we just like letting our opponent play to see how they deal with our things?
Our biggest disruption is going to be the red and yellow. Like red and yellow, or like yellow is going to hand rip. Red is going to activate to a monster effect in the hand. And then the Rebirth in the Grave is going to be your biggest form of interruption to,
flip the whale
set everything.
Right.
Yep.
So we're trying to hand rip one, we're trying to pop a card, and we're trying to flip the entire board face down and just make it hard for the opponent to deal with our cards because we have the Pixia and the tail.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then after a little guy flips face up, your Enneapolis will also trigger to place it in scale so you can start getting counters.
How important is like the counter stuff?
I mean, yeah. It is like a big win condition.
Right.
You definitely want it. That's why I play Enneapolis at 3, because you always want it as part of your end board.
Is there even an alternative for that realistically?
I don't know. Some people are saying that you play them at like Rebirth and Enneapolis at 2, but like, no, I'm not going to make my necessary searches a 66% instead of 100%.
Yeah, it's like that's maybe an argument you can make with the new support where there's a spell that gets you Enneapolis, so you can like play 1 and then 3 of that or something.
Yeah, that's definitely going to happen because your worst hands going second are going to be when you open multiple Rebirth and multiple Field. That is like abysmal going second.
Yeah.
But I should also talk about, I'm not going to play Defissure in the main anymore, which I know sounds ridiculous, but playing Defissure in main makes it so you don't have extra cards that force your opponent to interact with you. I'm going to change Defissure to Fallen in the Virtuous moving forward. Because Fallen in the Virtuous is just like a very good card to draw into, of course. But going second, Fallen in the Virtuous plus your engine pieces is also nuts. Like you start your turn by setting Leon or Whale or both, or Pixia, and then you try to Fallen in the Virtuous something, and then they respond to that with like a flame or anything, which would trigger Leon. But if they flame, that triggers Pixia. And Pixia in the Draco Tail matchup is so insane because it stops them from targeting cards in both fields and both graves.
Right. So you can basically, I mean, they can't Arthalion anymore. They can't Urgula. They can't Horn. They can't Flame.
Yep.
They can't Sting. They can't do shit. Yeah. They can't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so the deck has gameplay. Its biggest problem is Murakumo. Like, obviously, its biggest problem is Murakumo.
Yeah.
That's why Soul Drain is such an important card. But you know, it has a lot of gameplay into the decks, of the meta for sure.
They can Mululu, they can Mululu the Pixia once it's resolved. But they're still gonna have to like perform a fusion summon with the Mululu and not use like the Arthalion they summon or whatever. But yeah. Okay. I think this is the type of deck that I have to like play to conceptualize. For sure. Because one question I had, or one thing I was thinking about, is like when you resolve 4 of these scales on turn 1 basically every time, right? You're paying 3,600.
Yep, which puts you down to 44.
Is there ever a problem on like the follow-up turn where you just like can't pay anymore?
No, ideally your board is like you've set up enough to make your board uncrackable pretty much. And then you pay just a couple times. You pay like 2 searches on the next turn.
Okay.
So I never got to the point where I was paying so far down I was losing games I should have been winning because of how low my life was. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was just asking because people have been telling me like some people are playing Dogwood in this deck just because life points are a resource for it.
No.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking like I can't go -1 for like a control deck. It's just it does bother me a little bit that there's no way to gain the life points back, but I don't think I'm willing to like spend a random card on it.
It doesn't matter. Like if you have established your end board, then the life points just aren't going to matter. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the life if your game plan is resolving,
right? That normally I agree with, but I do think this deck plays on a very different axis, so I don't think it's like the greatest argument to just say like it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Because this deck is not trying to play like a normal Yu-Gi-Oh! deck.
Very true. Very true.
So there's a world where this deck works so differently, where it's like actually like doesn't care about the card advantage, but like needs the life points or needs the ability to just not die, right? Because activating Dogwood means no matter what happens, you cannot die. So
yeah,
pretty
I
much.
think the important thing to note is that like the interaction is really what matters, and Dogwood is just a carded, just a -1.
Yeah.
So I absolutely would not play that. I think Sol and Luna, and Fallen and the Virtuous are 2 cards that fit so naturally into this deck. They're so good. Like Sol and Luna. Wow.
You didn't even post the extra deck, but like, do you ever make anything out of there?
So I didn't play an extra deck.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it's like I don't think it matters. Yeah.
No, you should.
I mean, yeah.
It was very funny to just go to a regional and not play an extra deck with this, but
it should probably have like a Zeus, a Typhon.
Yep, Zeus, Typhon,
A couple rank 1s. What the other ones are? What is this? Level 9 or 8?
Level 9. So you play like Enter Blathnir, Canine Werewolf. Canine Werewolf actually is very, very important. Because that could just do a lot of damage. Plus, if you have it alongside Tail, like, oh my god, that's nuts. What else should you play? I don't know. There's you can pretty much pick whatever you want. I think Linkuriboh is potentially good. Barricade Borg Blocker is something you should consider if you're going to put it in the extra. Because you can ditch extra copies of Reverth that you draw. Like on a follow-up turn. All the extra deck is like so tangentially. It's just it barely comes up. But there are situations where it can, and obviously 3 Albion for the 3 Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yeah. Is there any merit to like playing the Spirit thingy? That's a Rota or Stratos?
No, I mean, it eats your normal. I mean, I guess your
does
normal
that
really
matter though?
It doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't want to get to the point where I have like red plus Spirit of the Fallwind, and I don't have the opportunity to like set the red.
It does play into Imperm, which is a card that normally doesn't concern you at all, which is kind of whack.
I guess you could. Honestly, there's just no room. I'm gonna be real with you. There's just no room.
Yeah.
Like I want I want 3 of every engine piece, and the Sol and Lunas and Fallen and the Virtuouses are just like so good that I wouldn't want to. I just don't want to play it. There's no room. And it takes a spot on the board, which is a big deal because all of your 5 interactions that you set are super important.
How relevant is the scale effect of the big guys? Like how often when I'm going second, am I going to scale big guys after I set some guys and then go battle phase and try to pop some of their stuff?
It's not very relevant. Be real. I think I activated that scale effect of the big guys like twice. It can matter, like if you activate, if they flip face up and you want to use your field spell, like you know that they're going to get to battle with what they're playing, you can activate the field spell to put a big guy in the pen scale instead of like a little guy. But that effect is just not. It's so niche that it's just not going to come up a lot. It is an option, but it's not very good.
Right.
Really, you would be doing that with Leon or Whale because you want Pixia and Tail to be left in the monster zone.
Yeah. So you think right now the basically everything besides the Deep Fissure and Called By is like mandatory?
I would still play the Called By.
Yeah.
Because there are just a lot of times where, I mean, it's just Droll. It's just Droll. But the Deep Fissure. Obviously, you can't play Deep Fissure and Fallen and the Virtuous in the same deck. But the big reason that Sol and Luna are Fallen and the Virtuous are so good is because they force your opponent to do something. They have to respond to those cards. And when you have those cards going second into boards, they're just very, very good. And especially with Sol and Luna, with none of the big guys, well, with none of them in general being once per turn, you can like flip them up, they chain something, you chain Leon, and then you chain Sol and Luna to reset them, and then they just, oh my god,
Sol and Luna seems really nice in this deck.
Yeah, makes your ability to play through boards really flexible and strong.
I like the idea of going with the full engine approach first, because I feel like that'd be the best way to get an understanding of how the deck actually plays.
Yep.
I can't say if I think it's optimal yet to play. I'm not 100% sold on like all of the big guys. Of course, you play all the small ones because they get their consistency pieces. But I like the idea of being able to get a feel for how this deck plays just with its engine.
Right.
Because I would even have a hard time to decide what non-engine I would want in this deck. Like, is this the type of deck that wants to like hand trap anything? It doesn't seem like it.
So there's an argument for Fua because since it's such a big engine deck and your engine is so proficient at like interacting with an opponent's established board,
yeah.
Especially with things like Leon, like drawing into a critical massive engine off of a resolved Fua is really good. But the problem with Fua is, you know, you're going to be using Reverth to draw cards. So you play your combo out and then you Reverth and then you draw Fua. And it's like, well, that sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
No, I can see that. I mean, it's of course, if I resolve Fua when I'm going second, I'm going to be happy. But this seems like the type of deck where you have a complete dead card in your hand going first, and it really hurts your chances.
Absolutely.
And if you're drawing extra cards after you're setting up a board, that's going to be even more likely.
Yeah, that's why some people have elected to play 2 Sol and Luna. I just wanted to see it because it into a board is very strong, and if you're going second, if you see multiples, it plays into Omni Negates really well because Sol and Luna is activate once per turn, not use once per turn.
Yeah.
But that's like you know, people play like 2 Sol and Luna and like 2 Fallen in the Virtuous because they are hard once per turns. So you could kind of diversify the non-engine slots that way.
Yeah.
I just think those cards are too good to play less than. For the side deck, I would make the 3 Karma Cannons Soul Drains instead. And then the spell card Soul Exchange, I would just change to Sphere Mode. I think I would have won so many more games if I was playing Sphere Mode instead of spell card.
What was the idea with spell card Soul Exchange? Just
so
tribute set a big guy?
Yeah. It's so Spellcard Soul Exchange says you can tribute, you know, it allows you to perform a tribute summon. You can tribute set with that. But then the problem with that is you're taking a heavy engine deck and making a side deck piece a 2-card combo necessary card. So it's like if you draw Spellcard Soul Exchange plus your little guys, you have to spend your first search on a big guy, but you want to be like using the big guys at the start to protect your searches into a board. It just plays really weird. It just should have been Sphere Mode.
Okay, what's the matchup like where you want to play Sphere Mode? Because it's definitely not Draco Tail.
Yummy Malice. Yeah.
Is Malice beatable?
Going first, yeah.
I mean, yes, but like if they go first, can you beat it realistically if they're not an idiot? No? Okay.
You just have to take an L. Unfortunately, that is just where the deck is at right now.
Yeah.
Pre-support, yeah. If you go second into a combo deck like that, it's well, I shouldn't say that. There are things like Green and Leon that are pretty good into the board. Like Red is pretty decent if you have it alongside the board. A Torimar but that's the big reason why it's hard is because a Torimar is like terrible into the Malice board.
Yeah.
It does negate stuff, but you know, Red is good if they activate like March Hare in hand. You can flip that to pop something. But it's really you're just trying to go for Leon and hope that you can remove some pieces and then have enough engine backup after the Leon resolves to set up enough of a board to stop them on turn 3. So
access code seems rough too.
It's terrible. Yeah, it's really rough. But that's why I'm playing Fallen in the Virtuous in the main instead of the D-Fissure, because I went into this regional with the understanding that if I lost the roll to Malice, I would just insta-lose, which is what happened. So.
Oh yeah, what were your losses? A Malice? And what?
So I lost to Malice in round 3. I lost to what is that? Hyper Librarian Yummy in round 6, and I double lost in the last round
against
Draco Tail.
Fair. Yeah.
It was a great match. I think it was gonna end up being me as the winner because I established D-Fissure plus Tail and Pixia. But I don't know. It was just a good match of Yu-Gi-Oh! So I probably should have scooped in game 2 instantly and played it out. But you know, whatever. That's just things to learn to get better as a player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I'm I am okay. Vanity's Fiend is mandatory probably because it's just way too easy. Why would you not take the free win?
Oh
I
my
guess.
God, so good. If you go first, that's another reason for Tail, by the way. If you go first and establish Vanity's Fiend plus Pixia plus Tail, game's over. You just win. There's nothing I can do. They
Because
can't
they
destroy
can't
because of
target it
Tail.
and they can't destroy it.
Yeah.
What even outs it like without those flip monsters? Right now it's like Imperm.
Yeah, Imperm, Fallen of the Virtuous.
Fair, yeah. Fallen. So you side vanities against everything basically, right?
Yeah, whenever you go first, you side it.
Okay.
All the time.
I mean, yeah, I do see that. It's cringe, but I guess it works in this deck.
Yep. Evenly is going to be the thing that you just lose to a lot of the time. If people side deck evenly, that's insta L. There's nothing you can do.
Is there no like argument to be made to play like, I don't know, Solemns or something? Oh no, you can't probably afford the life points. That's a problem.
Dark Bribe.
Nope.
No. Yeah, that's just that's the thing with this archetype that is the unfortunate truth is that it's always going to be meta dependent. If there are if evenly is a consistently played card, that's going to be rough. If well, post the support, I can't really think of anything that's like going to be an insta loss matchup wise because that new support is just so crazy. It just checkmates everything now.
So the new support gives us one more small guy for consistency, a really good spell, right?
Yes, the consistency of the spell matters a lot because it makes it so you can play less field.
Yeah,
because the field is the worst card to open going second. And obviously it has like a beneficial effect if you have the field spell up already when going second. So that was like one of the biggest problems with the deck. Yeah, so
but how much better is the spell on its own going second? It's just the same as having the field spell, no?
True, it is.
Yeah, okay.
But you get it in grave. Like the grave effect matters a lot too. When you are like when you activate the spell, place the field, and then you have it in grave as you are pushing through the board, it insulates a lot of like a big problem with this deck is sometimes you have to whale during your end phase, and then it is left face up during their turn. So the field spell a lot of the time allows you to negate something in your end phase with whale, and then the spell activates to like reset it. So you don't have the problem where the whale is just sitting face up because you weren't able to use your main phase to bounce the whale back to your hand and reset it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to really evaluate this before I actually play it, which is why I'm so excited to like bring it to locals tomorrow. I'm gonna record my POV and see how it goes. Probably gonna mess some things up with it, but this feels like the kind of deck where you just have to go through that and
it's true.
And just hope your opponent messes up more because they know the cards even less than you do probably when you play it for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, I don't totally agree with the fact that if your opponent, quote unquote, knows what they're doing, they insta win because it's kind of they can't.
I guess that's the art of this deck is like trying to find the spots where your opponent can't possibly make the correct decision because there's just no good choice for them, right? Because if they go that one route, play around the one of them, then the other one triggers or whatever, right?
Yeah, that's like the Gulamel thing, right? Like Tail is so good against Gulamel, so like.
Yeah.
If you play 3 tail, you maximize your chance of seeing it and then just like revealing a little guy, setting the tail into the board, and then trying to keep playing. And then what are they supposed to do? Just never activate Gulamel? Like they can do that, but that keeps a lot of your stuff going during their turn. I don't know. No. Is time a problem with this deck? Double loss? I double lost once. It was my very first double loss ever, but
I could see it being the case if like your opponent reads everything like 10 times. Other than that, it still feels like a deck that like it probably plays grindier games, but at the same time, your turns should be faster. Like
absolutely,
your opponent is gonna full combo because you don't play hand trap, so like that's gonna take a while. But then like your turn is basically like I don't know, a minute. Unless your opponent starts interacting and then you just like have to chain to it and then it can get messy, I think. But like you shouldn't be playing like too many like 30-minute games or whatever. Like you should just see whether you can win when you go second or not, I guess.
Yeah. But the deck was cool. I was very impressed with it, actually.
In terms of like you enjoyed it more than you thought, or you thought it was actually better than you expected it?
Both.
Both? Okay.
Yep. I am frustrated by its lose conditions. I certainly am not like under the impression that this is currently, a top meta threat or anything.
No, it's definitely not.
Let's be real.
Yeah, it's not.
But definitely when I was resolving the game plan or into like those sort of grindy games and was breaking boards going second, I was like, wow, this deck is actually kind of nice.
Yeah, it is. Like, it feels very, very matchup dependent because it feels like they had the right idea with some of these, but then the execution was just like, it's almost like someone executed these who doesn't really play Yu-Gi-Oh at a super high level, because it's like they didn't realize that, well, most of them were just going to be chain blocked. Like mainly Tail and Pixia have that problem, I think. It's like, well, one is trying to prevent mass removal, the other one is trying to prevent targeting, and it's like, well, on paper they work, but only if your opponent activates like Raigeki or some shit, but not if they actually play Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah. Also, I misspoke earlier. Tail can't protect the D-Fissure. But getting Tail flipped up to respond to something that would destroy to protect the rest of your stuff is also very good. So, yeah. Like protecting your scales and your field spell from disruptions is very, very good. And it protects Vanity's Fiend as well, because it protects all monsters, but it can't protect D-Fissure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess that's as good as a first impression as you can get. I think everything else I need to figure out by playing the deck myself and trying to see. Oh yeah, is there no pot you can play anywhere? I guess you have to draw cards, so you can't play Extrav.
Yeah, like Rebirth Engrave is so it is like very critical to get Rebirth Engrave. So like not being able to activate Rebirth means that it won't be going to the graveyard. Therefore, you're missing out on a Tori Mars and an interruption during your opponent's turn.
There's no way we can play Desires because you always have to reveal in 3s when you search.
I mean, you're always betting on using Desires as your last thing, and then what are you doing? Drawing into more engine? Like, what's the point?
Yeah,
like
I mean, I don't like the idea of playing Desires in a deck where I always have to activate it last. Like, I want to be able to play the game if I activate it first as well.
I agree.
But no matter what you banish, you're always going to ruin at least like 2 or 3 of your odds when you're searching.
Yeah.
Probably more than that. You play like 11 different cards, you're going to banish like 5 or 6 of them, and then whenever you're trying to find one of them, you're going to have to hit a 2 out of 3 or worse.
Oh, yeah, no, the follow-up turns, the searches get a little bit weird. Because you are at that you're at less copies of stuff in deck now, so you are kind of searching for some 2 out of 3s. But the field spell bouncing the stuff back that you already have, and like Rebirth banish, or not Rebirth, release banishing to add stuff back from your extra deck that got destroyed by battle. That can definitely matter a lot.
Yeah, no, you circumvent that, right? Because anything you already have in rotation, you should have a way to get it back if you really need it.
Exactly.
So it's not a problem if it's missing in your deck,
Yep.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I had. I'll try it at locals tomorrow. I'll let you know how it goes. We'll probably go through the games on stream on Thursday if I manage to get my GoPro to work, because last time it didn't. But yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Always.
I think this deck is super cool, and oh my god, I am so excited for the support.
It's good support.
With the support, it's literally just going to be 40 engine cards. I'm not even playing any non-engine.
There's no way.
Seriously, I'm not even playing a single piece of non-engine. That support is so nuts.
Oh, so okay. Well, you know what? We'll talk about that another time. That's not a fight I'm willing to fight right now.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that pans out for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, and talk to you another time.
All right. Peace out, Josh. Have a good stream.
Peace.
Bye.
All right. Wonderful. That is going to be my locals deck for tomorrow. I have a rough idea of what I'm getting myself into, but I really do think there's a limit to how much you can really talk about this deck without actually just like seeing it in action. So I'm excited to play it because I do think the idea behind the deck is really cool, and I'm definitely excited to showcase it. All right, gamers. That's gonna be it for today. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna be playing some Master Duel Ladder for all the people who are missing out on that today. I'll go to locals tomorrow night, and then we will watch my locals games on Thursday with the Enneacraft deck. Hopefully my GoPro will work just fine when I go to locals tomorrow, so I can record my games. But yeah. I will send you guys over to Mr. Farfa. You guys have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for subscribing and following and all that good stuff. I appreciate you guys. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and hope you will tune in again tomorrow.